All right, I'd like to call this special meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Mrs. Riska. Can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Here.
Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Mr. Yanes?
Here.
Mrs. Zerko?
Present.
Thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. This is a special city council meeting. It's a budget workshop discussion. This is our second budget workshop discussion. I will hand it over to our city manager, Mark Vanderpool, who will MC the budget discussions tonight.
All right.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We, as you mentioned, continue the budget hearings. This will be our second budget hearing for the proposed fiscal year 2019-2020 proposed budget. And like the first hearing, we have a number of presentations wherein department directors will highlight a number of significant initiatives in their proposed departmental budgets. And then we'll have plenty of time, once again, to have questions from the audience and, of course, City Council. And again, we do have to have budget amendments introduced this evening. We want to make sure that we get them incorporated into the final appropriations ordinance for approval on May 7th. And for audience members present and those at home, please be advised that the city's proposed budget is once again online. So anything that we're discussing tonight, you can see at home by going online and clicking on the proposed budget. The departmental budgets presented this evening continue the principles outlined in the city's Visioning 2030 plan with the completion of the Recreating Recreation Initiative, another year of significant road improvements, building improvements, infrastructure improvements, reinvestment in our human assets, technology upgrades, and volunteerism. And to begin this evening, our Budget and Finance Director, Jennifer Barney, will provide a summary of the budget scheduled for discussion tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and Mr. Koszewski. Tonight, we will continue our budget workshop, including the discussion of the last four general fund departments, the library, police, fire, and public works, and also the water and sewer fund and the parks and recreation fund. First up, the remaining departments in the general fund, starting with the library, which represents 2.8% of the $105 million general fund budget. The library has 13 full-time and 26 part-time employees, and the budget of $2.9 million is primarily made up of personnel costs, represented here by the purple portion of the chart. The public library budget increased about $33,000 or 1.2% over last year. Wage increases were offset by a reduction in part-time hours. 10 additional wireless internet hotspots will be purchased, and the library will expand its digital book collection through an online service called Hoopla. And membership in the Suburban Library Cooperative increased slightly. The capital budget includes funding for an interactive game table for youth services and an additional patron scanning system that will include a translation service, allowing a scanned document to be translated into one of 60 languages. Next up is the police department, which is the largest department, totaling over 33% of the general fund budget. The department has 206 total employees in 4 divisions, and the budget totals $35.2 million. Over 90% of the budget is personnel costs. The total budget increased $1.1 million or 3.3%. Most of the increase is due to contractual wage increase and an increase to pension funding of over $400,000. Other increases include the purchase of an extended warranty for in-car cameras and a cost increase from Macomb County Dispatch. Highlights from the capital budget include the replacement of 73 personal computers and nearly 200 service pistols, the replacement of 9 investigative vehicles and 10 traffic and patrol vehicles, the purchase of 46 tactical vest carrier systems, and 2 portable speed display signs. Next is the fire department, which makes up nearly 20% of the general fund budget. The budget for the fire department includes 103 full-time and 2 part-time staff and is our second largest cost center. The budget totals $20.9 million and consists of 3 separate divisions as depicted here. The total budget represents a $1.1 million or 5.4% increase over last year and is primarily due to personnel cost. Contractual wage adjustments of just over $450,000, increased pension funding of $308,000, and additional overtime of $308,000 to staff a 5th ambulance for 12 hours each day and for backfill needs to allow firefighters to attend additional training. The capital budget includes 5 automatic CPR machines, 16 replacement air packs, the replacement of a diesel exhaust system at all 5 fire stations, the replacement of the concrete approach at Fire Station 1, and the replacement of 2 fire administration vehicles. Our third largest department is Public Works, which when combined with refuse makes up about 10.4% of the general fund budget. The department is made up of 4 divisions, and there are 48 employees along with numerous contracted services. And the budget totals $11 million, including $4.5 million for refuse. The total budget increased about $59,000 or 0.5%. Personnel costs increased due to wage adjustments and increased pension funding. A full-time mechanic was also added specifically to work on ambulances, and this position is funded through proceeds from EMS transport. Vehicle parts and repair costs also increased, and these increases were offset by the transfer of the services performed by Parks and Grounds to facilities maintenance and Parks and Recreation. The capital budget includes the construction of a new public works building, the replacement of a 2002 street sweeper, and the replacement of a 30-year-old dump truck with plow. And that concludes the overview of the general fund departments. Next is the water and sewer fund, which makes up nearly 23% of the total city budget and totals just under $54 million. This fund includes 3 divisions with 34 full-time and 13 part-time employees. Now, 78%, about $42 million of the cost of the water and sewer fund are controlled by the Great Lakes Water Authority and the Macomb County Public Works Department. And of that $42 million, over $35 million or 85% of those costs are fixed, which means that we incur those costs regardless of how much water is used. A summary of the water and sewer cost increases we are seeing is detailed here. The cost of water from the GLWA increased this year by 5%. Sewer costs from Macomb County Public Works will increase by 2.2%. Now, there was no new sewer debt issued this year, so there's only a slight increase in debt service. City costs are increasing 5.2% due to wage and pension increases and the addition of a temporary part-time clerk to complete reporting that is required by the MDEQ. And the additional costs will be incurred to replace 25 of the city's aging fire hydrants. And the capital budget includes the replacement of a 16-year-old one-ton utility truck, a 19-year-old crane truck, and 2 dump trucks, and an equipment monitoring system for a sanitary lift station. So in order to cover these costs, a 3.3% water and sewer rate increase and a small fixed fee adjustment of $1.25 per quarter will be passed on to water and sewer customers. This will cost the average residential user about $3 a month, which will bring the average monthly cost to $80 a month, up from $77 this year. And this is a lower increase than we saw last year and is the lowest increase in 11 years. So another factor that contributes to rate increase is the continued decline of water usage. So as you can see here, over the past 10 years, our overall water usage of the system has been declining. And this is not just a phenomenon in Sterling Heights, but over the whole GLWA customer base. So you can see in 2008, we were at 828 million cubic feet, and last year we were down to 591 million. Now, of course, some variability can be due to weather. However, you can see there's definitely a downward trend. And so this year, estimating revenue, I had to reduce the number of million cubic feet that I thought we would sell. So counterintuitively, this actually has an adverse effect on rates, as 85% of our cost structure is fixed. So lower usage reduces our revenue, but not our costs. And our estimated usage declined again this year, which contributed to the overall rate increase. However, our water and sewer rates are still lower than most of our comparable communities. So this chart compares the average monthly water and sewer bill for the current year, not the budget year. So the current year of $77 per month. And you can see it compares favorably to other similar sized cities. And I also wanted to show this chart this year that compares to our surrounding communities. And you can see that we compare very favorably to the other communities around us in Macomb County. And as you can see, we are actually tied for the lowest rates with Warren, and Warren operates their own sewer system. So I think that's interesting that we are able to have as low rates without operating our own system. So the proposed budget will allow the city to continue to build up water and sewer reserves that have been severely eroded again over the past 10 years. So this chart shows the water and sewer net income or loss from operations over the past decade. And you can see the water and sewer fund has lost over $18 million in this time period. So this current year, we are estimating to contribute just under $2 million to reserves, and this current budget adds an additional $500,000. And water and sewer reserves are important to fund future infrastructure improvements, and adequate reserves can help mitigate large rate increases. Lastly, we have Parks and Recreation. So as a reminder, the Parks and Recreation Department is its own fund in the special revenues, and this year totals $17.8 million. And the department has 13 full-time and 4 permanent part-time positions and a lot of seasonal staff. And the total budget is depicted here, and you can see from the orange portion of the graph consists primarily of capital expenditures funded through proceeds from the Recreating Recreation Bond issued 2 years ago. The annual debt service on this bond is $3 million and funded through the Recreating Recreation millage. And the millage also funds operating costs arising from new amenities and services. The pre-existing parks and recreation expenses and contractual park maintenance are funded through a transfer from the general fund, which totals $2.8 million this year. The total Parks and Recreation Fund budget decreased $7.5 million or 30%, and you can see capital expenditures decreased by $8.4 million, and as we are entering the 3rd year of the Recreating Recreation Plan, and most projects are nearing completion. Personnel costs increased by $300,000, primarily due to additional part-time wages and the addition of a full-time recreation superintendent and a full-time facilities maintenance mechanic. Overall wages and pension costs also increased. Park maintenance costs increased primarily due to the transition of the responsibilities from the Parks and Grounds Division. And that is the last department for tonight. Finally, I would like to remind residents of our new online interactive budgeting tool, Balancing Act, which allows the residents to view a graphical representation of the budget and provides the ability to drill down for additional information. Now, this tool is available on our website now and is updated for the proposed budget. The taxpayer receipt tool is also updated with the millage rates that are in this proposed budget and offers residents an opportunity to see their estimated tax bill for next year by entering their 2019 taxable value. We have had 1,000 visitors to this section of the webpage, and nearly 600 residents have taken advantage of these new tools since they were debuted a few months ago. And with that, I will conclude my overview of the city budget and turn it back over to Mr. Vanderpool.
And Mayor, our first departmental presentation will be from our library director. We're fortunate to have an outstanding library staffed by amazing employees who really love their jobs. We also have a large volunteer corps that is invaluable and is an important part of the library team. Our library director, Tammy Turgeon, will now take some time to highlight the initiatives in the library's proposed budget.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of City Council, Mr. Vanderpool, and residents. As the library director, I'm proud to speak with you tonight about all the exciting things that are going on in our great facility and how the 2020 budget will improve our services and collections. So the library is an integral part of this community, and our department's major goal is to enhance the quality of life services that we offer for our residents. And I want to highlight 4 areas: technology, collections, programming, and community. The Sterling Heights Public Library is all about technology. One of the library's most popular items are our Wi-Fi hotspots that Jennifer mentioned earlier. We added 10 of them to our collection 2 years ago, and the proposed budget includes adding 10 more. Patrons can borrow them for 7 days, and they provide unlimited internet access to help students with homework and provide those without internet at their homes the ability to access educational and entertainment resources. Library and city staff members have also used them for outreach events and during Sterling Fest. Over the last year, the hotspots have circulated 440 times. The proposed budget also includes the addition of a play table for the youth services area of the library. The play table is an interactive games table that promotes the positive use of technology for our younger patrons to learn through educational games. The table includes 8 games covering the concepts of numbers, shapes, words, matching, painting, and more. This table is a natural service improvement to the library's goal of being a technology center for the community. An enhancement to our current technology offerings is a new simple scan station in our adult services area. It is an easy-to-use touchscreen scanning device that scans, saves, and sends documents and photos to users. The new version of the scanner also offers a translation service that will be very useful for our residents that read and speak other languages. The scanner will translate a scan into a PDF file or MP3 audio file in one of 60 languages. The scan can then be sent via email or saved on a USB drive. This feature can also be used by the library and other city departments to provide better services for our residents. The library's current scanner was used over 8,000 times last year. The library continues to be a technology resource that our residents embrace. With over 9,300 requests for technology assistance last fiscal year, we continue to serve our residents that need access to the internet, wireless printing, assistance with using software, and access to online resources. The Sterling Heights Public Library is all about collections. Our current collection budget provides funding to purchase books, magazines, DVDs, CDs, and e-media. This year, we have added over 14,000 items to the library's collection of over 265,000 items. Our circulation of e-media, which includes e-books, e-audiobooks, digital magazines, and digital music, has increased by 12% compared to last year. We expect this trend to continue and have moved more funding from traditional formats to digital. In addition, the proposed budget includes over $18,000 to increase access to all formats. With this increased funding, the library will be able to provide a new service called Hoopla. The current Overdrive service, which is jointly funded by the Friends of the Library and the city, will continue to provide access on a one-to-one basis for e-books and e-audiobooks. We have received many comment cards about adding the Hoopla service that is available at many of our neighboring libraries. Hoopla offers an always available model, so patrons do not have to wait on hold for months, and the library only pays for access to the titles that our patrons borrow. This is a new way of thinking about the library's digital collection management, and we're excited for our residents to try it out. We have a great collection of local history photographs that's available through our library catalog, And through the work of our library science intern, the library is now adding digital MP3 copies of our oral histories that are currently on audio cassette. These oral histories are also accessible through the library catalog, and we currently have 67 interviews available from past city officials and longtime residents, and we're excited to share these resources with the world. You can access them through the library's website. The library's English as a Second Language and International Language collections offer books and magazines from 23 different languages that have seen an increase in usage over the past few years. We continue to support our diverse community with materials in their native languages, as well as ESL materials for those learning English. We also offer the Mango Languages online language learning system, where residents can learn a new language at the library or from home. Collections in a variety of formats are important for the educational, recreational, and entertainment needs of our residents. We continue to focus on providing our residents with the best collections possible. The Sterling Heights Public Library is all about programming. A major focus for the library continues to be our programming for children. Teaching our youngest residents and instructing their parents and caregivers on early literacy skills help them get ready to start formal schooling. Last fiscal year, we offered 150 classes focused on early literacy, with 4,503 children and caregivers in attendance. This year, we have also promoted our adaptive story time for special needs children and our 4:30 p.m. fun time for school-age children to increase attendance at both of these great programs. We also joined in on March's Reading Month by having Mayor Taylor and council members read to children at our Baby Lapsit, Toddler Time, and Families and Jammies programs. I'm also excited to announce that we just received word last week that we've been awarded a $2,000 program grant from the Library of Michigan to expand our Smart Bag program and create 25 new bags. SMART stands for Science, Math, Art, Reading, and Technology. These bags include books, worksheets, activities, and a toy focused on subjects like holidays, seasons, outer space, and the alphabet. The Smart Bags are interactive and are fun for parents to use with their children at home. We will be creating them and promoting them at programs this summer. Our Teen Advisory Board continues to amaze us. They create 2 programs for teens every year. This picture is from their most recent event that had a carnival theme. And we've also added a Teen Artists Club for teens interested in writing and drawing. And our teen librarian has been in contact with the Arts Commission, and they will hopefully be working on a project together next year. Adults can find programs every week that include book groups, author visits, movies, music performances, genealogy, and trivia nights. Our new adult craft programs have been a tremendous success. From alcohol painting, wreath making, and terrariums, these classes are free of charge thanks to the Friends of the Library. Our puzzle competition has also been a resident favorite, where groups from 2 to 4 adults compete to finish 500-piece puzzles and win prizes. We have reached many new library users through these creative new programs, and we're encouraged that they will become lifelong users of our programs and services. The Sterling Heights Public Library is all about community. Last fiscal year, the library received over $9,000 in donations from individual residents in memory of or in honor of someone they love to purchase books, audiobooks, DVDs, and other library supplies. We take great pride in the trust the residents have in us and their love for reading and the community they live in. The Friends of the Library is a volunteer nonprofit group that was organized in 1976, dedicated to enhancing and improving library services for our community. This year, the Friends are contributing $54,000 to support adult and youth programs, maintain and improve collections, and provide new technologies and capital improvements. You can find the Friends at the Used But Sterling bookstore located in the library by the back elevator. They're also going to be at the Detroit Book Festival held at Eastern Market in July, the Treasure Hunters Market on May 18th in Dodge Park, and they're also having a Customer Appreciation Week from May 13th to 19th, where customers can come and say hi, grab a cookie, and take advantage of a special sale to buy 2 items, get 1 free. Volunteers really do make a difference. Because of their efforts, our library has been able to provide services and collections that make our library a very special place for our residents, from the very young to our senior citizens. Our library is fortunate to have had 132 people volunteer 8,190 hours last year to assist our staff and work in all areas of the library. The value of the service that they provide to us is nearly $175,000. We are truly grateful for all of their hard work and dedication. The library wants to hear from our residents. We are currently conducting an online survey through the month of April, and we want your input on our collections, programs, and services so that we can continue to improve. You can access the survey on our website at www.shpl.net or through our new app, SLC Libraries Mobile. It's an exciting time at the Sterling Heights Public Library. From our littlest residents hearing stories, to our school-age children's positive social interactions with other children and their caregivers, and our adult residents' pursuits of lifelong learning. The Sterling Heights Public Library is working with our partners to provide exciting and educational experiences that we can all enjoy together to improve ourselves and our community. Sterling Heights Public Library, innovating learning. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
And Mayor, moving on to our next topic, which is our police department, I wanted to highlight that thanks to a strong collaborative effort between the men and women in the police department, residents, businesses, and other stakeholders, Sterling Heights continues a long tradition of being one of the safest cities in the country, not to mention the state of Michigan. Police Chief Dale Dwojciechowski will now highlight a number of successful programs outlined in the police department's budget.
Thank you very much. Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool, it's my honor to present tonight's budget for the 2019-2020 budget. We're going to be highlighting several different areas, our social media efforts over the last year, the Smart Moves program, the accreditation process, which we're just starting, and some of our capital purchases. As far as our social media efforts go, we've done a lot just in the last year, and the numbers don't lie. The Sterling Police Department started our Facebook site last year, February 1st, 2018. We now have almost 8,000 followers on Facebook. Just recently, every single month now, we reach over 200,000 people every single month, and that number grows month by month. Every post that we do, no matter how small or large, gets thousands of views, and 99% of our feedback is positive. If you would have asked me a few years ago about the power of social media, I would never have guessed it's went this far in the outreach, and our message travels outside of the Sterling Heights throughout the state, and even some of our stories have reached national attention. Some of our posts, this is our very first one, February 1st, 2018. That's when we went live on Facebook. We've moved into a bunch of stories highlighting our officers, the human side of our officers, what we do on a daily basis. This was an actual event. We had a young officer, Officer McSherry, wondered why there was a booth in the middle of a apartment complex, and we had a couple senior officers explain to him what a telephone booth was, and that these used to be everywhere throughout the city. That is a true story. Again, something so simple, but 26,000 people clicked on this, read this. Again, it can't be understated how many people rely on social media to get their information about everything. Another thing that we did, we're going to run an undercover sting operation with our canine units, and they're going to try to infiltrate some drug units, dressing up incognito. No, this is obviously a April Fool's joke that we posted. Again, 21,000 people reading it, liking it, sharing it. Again, a fun story, but again, highlighting our canine units and what they do every single day for all of our residents. Another post, this was kind of interesting. We said, hey, if you can give us 300 likes, we'll show you what a taser does, how it operates. We'll taser Captain Pappas, and is kind of a training thing. Well, we surpassed 300 likes. We had 2,000 likes in about 24 hours. So absolutely amazing. 31,000 people read this, shared this. We did a full video, like we promised, of exactly what the taser does, how important of a tool this is for us, how it's limited so many injuries, because we don't fight with people anymore. You get tased. After the tasing's over, the person's not injured and they're into custody. But the taser is a very important tool, and again, something so simple with so much outreach. This is another thing that we just started a couple months ago called Caption This Cop, and we had Officer Vose here with a hawk, I believe it is, on his arm, and we asked residents to submit captions. We had 5,000 people read this, click on this, with hundreds and hundreds of people all trying to win a T-shirt, which was donated by EA Graphics. This is Jamie, one of our residents, and she said, prosecution will be asking for no bond because he is a flight risk. And she won our coveted Facebook T-shirt, which highly coveted. A lot of people want this T-shirt. Again, donated by our folks over at EA Graphics. Thank you. This is another post. This is our viral video challenge that a bunch of departments did. This went throughout the state, national attention. We had almost 250,000 people play this video, watch this video. Unbelievable. I never would have guessed the outreach of this video, highlighting our community, the people that live in our community, and our police officers. And I'll play you a couple seconds of that video.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, clap along.
All right, moving on to our Smart Moves program. This got started last year, in the fall of last year. Smart Moves has been very well received, very successful program. Again, stands for Skills Mastery and Resilience Training. Couldn't be any more timely. We talk about drinking, smoking, vaping, drug use, and proper social media use. Every single Utica Community 6th grader gets this program. All Warren Consolidated Schools 5th graders get this program. It's 10 weeks long. It's in 19 elementary schools, and 1,500 kids graduate every single year. We have one of our last graduations this week, and that'll be all 19 elementaries in the school finishing the program. We have 10 specially trained officers that teach these classes. Again, thanks to Captain Hopper and Sergeant Eros Suselo, who did this training combined with Utica schools and teachers to come up with the curriculum. The city purchases the notebooks, the pencils, and the awesome T-shirts the kids love, absolutely love. And this is all due to City Council's approval of a new officer that we got last year. We had an officer join a county drug unit, which freed up a position, and we were able to start our Community Services Bureau, and that's Sergeant Susala, who runs so many of these programs, not only Smart Moves, but the CERT program, the Citizens Patrol program, Citizens Police Academy, the CORE program, Facebook, Instagram, teaches babysitting safety, home alone safety with Parks and Recreation. He's in charge of National Night Out, the Cultural Exchange, station tours, and a host of other events. And that just started too within this last year. So thank you to council allowing me to backfill some of these positions. It's not gone unnoticed. Here's some pictures of our Smart Moves program. This is Officer Moreau. This was highlighted on Channel 4 about the Smart Moves program. Awesome officer, does a great job with the kids. Again, more graduates here. We have a bunch of 6th graders at Utica schools here, and then the students on the right are actually high school students we bring in for one of the lessons. The high school kids talk about their time in junior high and high school and some of the pitfalls that these kids might see and run into. The kids absolutely love talking to these high school juniors and seniors. There's one of our graduation ceremonies with their certificates. Those awesome Smart Moves T-shirts with the Sterling Heights Police Department logo on the back that these kids will wear for the next 10 or 20 years like they did when we had the DARE program here. Those kids were in their 20s still wearing their Sterling Heights Police DARE T-shirts. Again, another great classroom scene. These kids love seeing these officers every single week for 10 weeks. Officer Susel and Officer Kruger, Sergeant Susel, Officer Kruger with our essay winners. at Browning Elementary, I believe, or no, this is Grabner Elementary. Another graduation. This was at Browning. And Officer Leak just a couple weeks ago at a graduation. So the kids absolutely love the program. Parents love it. The schools love it. It's been great. Accreditation. The department's talked about accreditation before, and people say, well, why do you need to become accredited? We always talk about being one of the best departments in the state of Michigan, but the proof is in the pudding, and accreditation is the new thing, and a lot of departments are moving towards it. Accreditation shows proof that industry-proven best practices have been met. And until recently, CALIA was the gold standard in public safety accreditation. Very time-consuming, about a 3-year process, $11,000 application fee, $4,000 a year for renewal. And only a handful of agencies in Michigan went down this road. Very time-intensive, and then to keep your certification, you almost needed a full-time person to do it. So just recently, the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police have started their own accreditation program called MILIAC. That's the Michigan Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission. Again, a third of the cost for the application, a third of the cost for renewal, and through the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Association, we can get a grant that will cover half of these costs. This will be Captain Pappas, who is our accreditation manager, and he's already hard at work getting our accreditation started. We think this is going to take about a year and a half to complete. These are the departments in Michigan that have just recently become accredited, the ones in red, which is only about a dozen or so, and then the other departments that are just starting the process. Still, the tip of the iceberg, considering there's 571 agencies in Michigan, and this is it that is going through the accreditation process. So we're on the cutting edge, and I think it's important that we do become accredited. You can see what's involved. We have 105 standards that have to be met. All standards have at least 5 to 10 conditions, and you have to show proof of every single one of these conditions in order to get your certification. Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police will send an assessor to the police department. They'll look at your written directives, supporting documentations. They'll interview random officers to see not only did you actually make the changes to policy, but your officers know what the policy is. So there's a lot of follow-up with that. As far as capital items are concerned, this year we'll be adding 10 vehicles to our operations fleet, which are patrol cars. We're going to have 9 vehicles added for investigations. All of those vehicles are being purchased with forfeiture funds. This year we are transitioning to the Glock 9mm handgun. We have 40mm handguns currently, and that's for a host of reasons. Number one, our 40mm guns are old. They were time to be renewed. And the 9mm is the gun of choice recently on a national level, just because the rounds are cheaper, they're more inexpensive, you can shoot more at a lower cost. The technology in ammunition's come a long way, and the 9mm is just as effective as that 40mm gun, lighter and, like I said, more inexpensive to shoot. We'll also be purchasing 42 investigative vehicles, and 45 patrol vehicles will be equipped with tactical go bags. Inside of these go bags will be a rifle rated bullet resistant vest and trauma kits, blood clotting kits, and basically a bag that if there was ever a mass casualty scene, an active shooter situation, officers open up this bag and they put on this extra vest on top of their normal vest, which stops rifle rounds. And then inside that bag is a bunch of medical equipment that would be needed in a mass casualty event. We'll also be purchasing 2 portable speed signs, and they look like this. They're great. They run on battery for 7 days. Not only does it show the car's speed as it's driving down the street, it flashes at them if they're exceeding the speed limit. It monitors how many cars are driving down the street, both directions, and the average speed of the vehicles and time of day. So after we're done with it, we unbolt it from the sign, we download it to our computer, and we can talk to the residents about their concerns and what really is happening on that street. So we have 2 of those coming. We're also, there's a budget amendment being proposed for uniforms for our CERT members and our Citizen on Patrol members. Our CERT members do a great job. They meet monthly. We do large-scale exercises with them. And our Citizen on Patrol as well. We have one of them in the audience tonight. They help out at so many different city events. We have 2 decommissioned police cars that are used pretty much every single day as an eyes and ears program for the city. Just last year alone, our Citizens on Patrol volunteered 3,260 hours at a savings for the city of $77,935. So these folks do a lot of work for us, and I believe in outfitting them the proper way and making sure they look professional. That brings us to our safe city status. In just this last week, safehome.org ranked Sterling Heights, Michigan, the 9th safest city in Michigan in populations over 50,000. And we're in the top 25% in the United States. Actually, we're in the top 12% when I went and did the math. So we rank very high through the state and also on a national level. Last year, Sterling Heights was named the 6th safest city in the United States of America by alarm.org. And all of this was made possible because of our Safe Streets millage that was passed in 2013, which allows all of these programs to continue and flourish and not only keep the number of officers on the road that we need to do all of these projects and programs, but I'm very proud that this council actually added 3 police officers to the budget over the last year. We added a full-time police officer at Henry Ford High School, a full-time police officer at Stevenson High School, and a full-time officer as part of the new county drug unit, Phantom. So thank you to council, and we are stronger than ever, and I appreciate everything, and that concludes my presentation.
Mayor, you can see as we go through the budget hearings, this of course is our second one, but there's some common themes that everyone's probably noticing, and that's volunteerism, certainly a strong objective for all of our departments. Use of technology, which makes our jobs easier, and we can do a little bit more with less, and also continuous improvement. I would say that's one of our strongest guiding principles as we move forward. And with all the initiatives outlined in the budget, it's all about trying to improve every year. We hear almost every day how Sterling Heights firefighter, paramedics are putting their lives on the line to fight fires and respond to medical emergencies across our city. There's no question they're among the best in the country. Thankfully, the City Council, residents, and businesses strongly support the police and fire department, providing them the necessary manpower, tools, and equipment to excel. Our Fire Chief, Chris Martin, will now highlight initiatives in the fire department budget.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Koszybski, and city residents. It is my honor to be here tonight to present some of the highlights of the proposed fire department budget. Every day, people put their lives, the lives of their loved ones, in our hands, and our ability to help them as effectively as we are known to for, not only is because we have great employees, but also because of the support we get from residents and city council and budgeted funds. Let me begin my presentation with a discussion on our trends. Our fire incidents have remained at roughly the same level, but a graph like this doesn't show the severity of those incidents. We have faced some significant fires in the past several months that have tested our crews and showed their excellent capabilities. The number of medical incidents we handle continues to rise, and we anticipate it will for the next few years. I will discuss medical incidents and transports further in this presentation. Training is very important to our organization in order to maintain our premier level of capability, and total training hours has been on the rise in recent years due to the number of newly hired employees. Fire inspections have remained lower in the past, mainly because of the number of man hours the prevention division is forced to dedicate to numerous big-ticket problems that we are facing across the city with a couple of establishments, and in keeping up with all the new construction and renovation going on around the city. Let's move to the capital project. There are some significant improvements slated for our buildings and our equipment. Starting with the front driveway at Fire Station Number 1. This picture shows the condition better than it actually is, and since this station is very visible in the city, the concrete needs to be replaced not only for function, but for aesthetics. At Fire Station 5, a needed repair to the floor drain system is proposed. The current system is not only deteriorating, it is also not draining well, causing frequent backups. The proposed budget supports the purchase of 5 Lucas CPR machines that are used to maintain constant and precise chest compressions during cardiac arrest. This should help us improve our already exceptional survival statistics for cardiac arrest. We are still awaiting word for a grant for these devices, and there is a chance that we could receive 5 of these for the price matched cost of just 1. Either way, they will be on our ambulances very soon. One of the important health and safety items in our fire stations is the diesel exhaust system that removes the exhaust from the fire vehicles when they are started, keeping the contaminants from being inhaled by the employees or collecting on the walls and ceilings. There are frequent problems with many of these current systems, and the manufacturer has since reduced service to our area, making it hard to get parts or service. Therefore, we will retrofit these with a different manufacturer's parts. One of the most vital pieces of equipment for a firefighter is a self-contained breathing apparatus. This is their lifeline that allows them to breathe clean air and operate in hazardous environments. It is a very complex piece of equipment that is also very costly. This piece of equipment has seen some required upgrades to stay compliant, and the proposed budget supports 16 of these under a 3-year plan to replace all of them eventually with the same model. It is important to have the firefighters using similar, if not identical, equipment because they need to be able to operate in zero visibility and during intense times. Lastly, in capital is proposed replacement of 2 of our staff vehicles in fire administration. Let's move into some of the upcoming training initiatives. In general, the city is planning significant investments to all employees, and not only will the fire department continue providing excellent training opportunities to its employees, we will expand to other areas as well. There has been some significant changes in the credentials required for fire inspectors due to the changes in Public Act 54 and 207, as well as the State Bureau of Fire Services. This has required each fire inspector not only to get more training for their original certifications, but increase continuing education as well. The division will also be seeing some new faces from attrition, so a significant amount of our training budget will be needed to allocate it to this continued need. The fire department will begin supporting individuals attending Eastern Michigan University's Staff and Command Program, which is a highly rated program for police and fire leaders. With the ever-increasing workload, it is becoming more challenging to deliver required training to our employees. This need has been recognized regionally, and the county fire chiefs have launched an initiative to fund software called Target Solutions. This software delivers either canned or personalized assignments to individuals with deadlines for them to complete on their own. There are significant sections for the delivery of and tracking of credits required to maintain EMS licensure. And there also has the ability to track many different certifications and licensures. Best of all, we have the ability to pay for this software, at least for the first year, with the use of fireworks funds generated from the sale of fireworks. We anticipate the continuation of this financial support and even an expansion across the state. Lastly, the fire department will bring back offering of CPR classes with a program designed to cover the cost for the city in providing those classes. Let's now segue into discussing some of the performance objectives and programs we have planned. For several years now, the Sterling Heights Police and Fire Departments have practiced the plan that we developed for addressing the response to active assailant incidents. This initiative wisely took off throughout the county, and our police and fire departments were instrumental in development of the county-wide initiative. There is no doubt that an active assailant incident anywhere in the county would require a multi-jurisdictional, multi-discipline response, and for it to be successful, it would need to be coordinated effort. This last year has been spent in developing the plans and the training of the skills across the county, and in the next year, we will focus on full-scale exercises throughout the county. With the new collective bargaining agreement came the requirement for Blue Card Command training for lieutenants. The eventual goal is to have all personnel trained in this process. Blue Card Command is a highly respected program that trains fire scene commanders in the command and control components from the beginning of an incident through any escalation of the incident until the incident is under control. The program graduates will have taken a 3-day simulation exercise that allows them the repetitive practice on the skills they have learned. Another added benefit to this is we are receiving some funding for this initiative from the fireworks taxes as well. One of the fire administration performance objectives is to look into the various fire department accreditation programs to identify which would be the best and what benefits would come from such an accreditation. We are taking some significant new steps in the area of recruitment and will continue into the future. This started with an excellent recruitment video that was spearheaded by Dan Rizek. We held a recruitment open house for interested candidates who also currently possess or will soon obtain the requirements for the position. We have also begun recruitment directly in the high schools. We will be meeting several area high schools in the next few weeks, and we have a recruitment seminar planned for May 11th. The goal of this group is to plant the seed of interest not only in the fire service, but specifically in the Sterling Heights Fire Department, and provide a roadmap of how to get there for those who have the interest. Our recruitment with the high schools will also serve in the area of diversity recruitment as well. We will also increase our offerings for ride-alongs, especially for those doing their required clinical rotations for EMS licensure. This exposes these individuals to our department and us to them. We will continue the work we have started with our Safe Baby, Safe Child program that this past year has had us team up with the Sterling Heights Police Department to deliver our babysitter safety and our home alone safety classes, as well as assisting them with the SMART moves. We will hold the Civilian Fire Academy again this fall. It will run 5 consecutive Wednesday evenings beginning on September 4th, with the graduation being at the open house on Sunday, October 6th. I would like to touch on our move to providing transport services of medical incidents in the city of Sterling Heights. We conducted a detailed analysis after the first year of the program, and that analysis showed that we responded to more incidents than we anticipated. While there were some unexpected equipment costs that arose, mostly in the area of technology, the personnel costs were lower than expected, which resulted in total cost being lower overall, while revenue was higher than expected. This budget calls for an addition of a mechanic in the DPW. This addition will be funded by the transport model and will turn over the maintenance of our ambulances to the DPW. This was discussed when they implemented the program. At the time, the decision was made to contract out services. While we have been well taken care of by Buff Whalen, there is no doubt that using the DPW and its professional mechanics can beat any service we can get outside. Things will be tight with the existing DPW facility, but this is part of the DPW facility improvement, and this will ensure the operating ambulances 24/7. Until last week, when we implemented the 5th ambulance at peak hours during the day, we were operating with only 4 ambulances. These ambulances were very busy, causing concerns of the workload being placed on the firefighter paramedics. After lengthy discussions between my senior staff, city management, and the fire union, I am asking this evening for a budget amendment to fund a staffing and efficiency study that can take a look at the system and provide a non-biased assessment of the system. This will help us determine the best way to move forward, ensuring we are providing the best possible system while balancing the proper use of our resources. Mayor Taylor, lastly, I'd like to mention the most important thing on our horizon this year, which is the renewal of Safe Streets. Since its passage in 2013, the millage has allowed us to continue to provide excellent service to the community. While in some cases this level of service is hard to measure, in other ways it clearly has resulted in lives saved. Whether it's one of the 16 survival coin recipients or the dozens of people who have been rescued from several significant fires in the past couple of years, lives have been saved and or significantly altered for the better due to this millage. If it is not renewed in November, our response capabilities will be significantly altered and lives will be impacted. While I'm working on the final touches to the contingency plan now, at a minimum, we will be required to close at least one fire station permanently and another depending on daily staffing. Mayor Taylor, that is all I have for you this evening, and I will be available for questions.
And moving on to our next presentation, while the DPW director gets ready to highlight a number of new initiatives in the Public Works budget, I wanted to recognize the good work of the departmental employees. While we're tucked away safely in our homes, DPW employees are hard at work removing snow at all hours of the day, and thank God, I just checked the forecast, that part of their job is over for at least the next 7 months. In addition to plowing, they're responding to emergency water main breaks, once again, at all hours of the day, and usually under extreme weather conditions when the water system is most vulnerable, regardless of age. And when DPW employees are not responding to emergencies, they're performing critical maintenance on our massive water and sewer system, installing signage, repairing roads, and maintaining hundreds of vehicles and various equipment. They perform their work out of the spotlight, but nonetheless deserve recognition and appreciation. On behalf of the mayor and the city council and myself, I want to thank the DPW employees for the great work they do every day, but especially this past winter. And now moving on, DPW Director Mike Moore will highlight some of their budget initiatives.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, and good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of council. City Attorney, and residents at home. Tonight, I'd like to present on the Department of Public Works, as Mr. Vanderpool said, and three main topics being the new DPW building, a recycling update, and our reforestation efforts. So as you know, we are looking at constructing a new building, and as you see before you is a site plan of how we'd like to modify the current grounds. I'll use my cursor here, and you can see our existing facility right now in beige. And what we're looking to do is add an additional structure or modify the structure to have a larger concept on the south end. Currently, our building faces 18 Mile Road, and that's where the residential entrance is. And what we're looking to do is modify that to have resident entry and employee parking off of Enterprise Drive. What you also see is towing has been modified and enlarged a bit. We'll take advantage of the existing athletic storage facility here. However, you don't see recycling here any longer. We're proposing that up here, but I'll touch on recycling a bit later. So how will this take place? Well, we'll have the specs ready probably in about a week to go out to bid. And this will be a 30-day bid. We'll bring the bids back and look to do some due diligence and an award. And we'll have this in two phases. On the red before you would be phase one. That's the administration area here, the vehicle repair area here, and some vehicle storage. So we would all stay in our current structure. This phase one would be completed in approximately 7 to 9 months. When that area is completed, we would then move everyone out of the existing structure into the new area. Then the existing structure would actually still stand for the entirety of the project. We're still going to use that structure. We did some value engineering and believe we can save a couple $1 million by still using that steel in that building. So we'll keep the steel in the roof. We'll keep the vertical poles. However, the entire surround of the building, everything will be completely gutted out of that building. So it's just going to be the skeleton. And by keeping and reutilizing that steel, we'll save a couple $1 million. So that will then be re-engineered, and that'll house most of the vehicle parking and some divisional offices. So I'll take you through a couple slides here. This is one representation of what the building could look like, and this would be looking from Enterprise Drive. You're looking at what the new entrance would be, and over here would be the vehicle repair area. And you can see one main goal we had was to have a lot of natural light into the building. That's one thing we're currently lacking on our facility now. Another picture here is the view from 18 Mile Road. So where the entrance was at one point would no longer be there, and we're looking to put a wall here that would provide some barrier from the inclement weather when all the vehicles are filling up with fuel. And then just another visual of what the entrance to our facility could look like. I do have a video here that I can run through. If it's going to go smooth, it seems like it's a little bit choppy. But this would be entering our facility. And you'll see here the vestibule that residents would walk through, and then a waiting area that would be secured for staff. Residents would have to be buzzed through. You see a couple conference rooms here. We currently only have one, so having two will be a great advantage for us, as the conference room is generally booked quite often. And if we make a turn here, a couple offices, and then back around this corner here, you'll see the administrative offices for the entire department. And this will give you a good idea of what the conceptual layout will look like. So we're a little choppy. I'll see if I can move this ahead a bit. So now we're out in the vehicle parking garage, and what you can see here is the area here is our existing structure down this way. What we did was add an elevation change to where the new building will be constructed that allows all of that natural light. Down here to your right is the divisional offices, so water and sewer offices and streets will be down there. And now we'll head back into the office area where we'll make a left turn. And you'll see what will now be the new break room and training room. Currently, we're able to house about 20 people, 30 max, and this will allow the department to hold joint trainings for the entire department, as well as utilization by other city departments and shared training amongst other municipalities. The next room you'll see was highly desirable by staff. This entire building, we had many meetings internally with staff and with our architect, and staff had a lot of say on things they would like, things that aren't working, things that they desire or don't desire. And this room here was high on their list. Similar to the police department and fire department, our staff does desire to stay in good, healthy condition, as a lot of the things that we do out in the field are very tough, hard on the body, and in inclement weather. So again, back out to the vehicle parking area, and then we'll be into fleet here shortly. You'll see the fleet maintenance area. Right through this door. So now the fleet maintenance area will be completely separate from the rest of the building. Currently, everybody's in one general area, so when the mechanics are working, the exhaust gases affect the entire department. Now what you see here is a clear span crane. You see angled parking for the bigger vehicles, and down here in this corner you see this is going to be a separate bay here, that when we do some of our kind of nasty work, our fabrication work, our metal working, our grinding, we'll have exhaust throughout the whole building, but this will have a bit different exhaust, so that when that mechanic is working on said projects, he's not polluting the rest of the shop based on one project. So we included a lot of angled parking, as I said. Some of these big vehicles are very hard to do a 90-degree parking spot. As you see, the smaller vehicles, we can just kind of squeeze in there, no problem. We'll work on the fire engine ladder truck, and we can now pull that vehicle straight in here too. So you'll see some fleet offices, storage above, and that overhead crane, we can now use that overhead crane to store certain items on top of that storage deck there. And then this will take us back to the outside to give us just another conceptual view of what the building may look like. So we'll stop this. It's jumping around a little bit. Okay, so that's the DPW building. So let's move into a recycling update. The city last considered the viability of its 3 recycle centers in 2016 in conjunction with the selection of a vendor as the city's exclusive curbside waste hauler. As part of the RFP process, the city was able to procure weekly curbside recycling collection for all residents at a reasonable annual cost of $57. The decision was made to keep operating the 3 recycle centers based on the perceived popularity of this option for residents who might otherwise not be able to recycle. In the intervening 3 years, there have been material developments that caused the DPW to re-examine the viability of the city's 3 recycle centers. In 2017, China announced that it would no longer accept plastic and paper being exported from foreign nations as part of an anti-pollution crackdown. Up to that point, China was a huge market for paper and plastics collected in the United States through municipal recycling programs, as shown in the graph represented here. Almost immediately, there was no market for paper and plastic, and domestic recyclers were forced to stockpile, landfill, or burn the items being collected through recycling programs. Even worse, some domestic recyclers were shipping paper and plastics to third world countries, which were either landfilling or dumping the imported waste into the oceans. These market developments are not conducive to the goal of the city's recycling program of being environmentally conscious. Unfortunately, unless new markets emerge for their paper and plastic being collected through municipal recycling programs, much of this product is not going to be recycled. Even if recycling rebounds, it becomes imperative that the collected products not be contaminated, which is a major issue with the city's 3 recycling centers. Despite best efforts, the city's 3 recycling centers have become a dumping ground for people looking for a free place to dispose of all types of products. It is not uncommon for DPW personnel to discover significant after-hours dumping by businesses and individuals looking to get rid of unwanted items and garbage as evident by these mattresses. The dumping activity has a significant negative impact. Most importantly, the items are being dumped into collection bins intended for recyclables, not garbage. This results in the recyclables being contaminated and no value to the recyclers. So these pictures here, what was a tin recycling bin, when somebody throws a bunch of wood in there, the entire load goes straight to the dump. It does not get recycled. For example, a glass recycler elected to no longer do business with the city due to contamination caused by dumping of carpeted remnants, or as these pictures suggest, many other things in a glass bin. Cardboard and paper collections are being contaminated by household garbage and liquids that are being mixed in with recyclable products. Although there are many responsible users of the recycling center, their collective effort is regularly being undermined by a single bad actor that dumps garbage or waste into a recycling bin. The entire contents then have to be landfilled due to contamination. The contamination of recyclables forces the recovery facilities to shut down and remove non-recyclable materials like plastic bags, hoses, and diapers. In its heyday, the city actually realized some profit on recycling due to periodic strong market demand for recyclables such as paper products. The collapse of the recyclables market has driven prices so low that the city must now pay $150,000 annually to operate the centers and have the materials collected, hauled away. The graph shown here identifies the decrease in value of recyclable material in 2018 as compared to the market in 2015. Another financial consideration is the estimated $500,000 cost to reconstruct the recycle center as part of the construction of the new DPW facility. It is very hard to justify expending this amount of money for a use that is no longer able to realize the intended benefit of assisting residents with a desire to recycle and costs a significant amount of money to operate. It is also counterproductive to have a brand new DPW facility encumbered by an extremely unsanitary use. For all the foregoing reasons, the DPW is recommending that the city commence a phase out of the 3 recycling centers as follows. Closure of the recycling center at 18 Mile Road, July 1st, 2019. Closure of the recycling center on 15 Mile Road, July 1st, 2020. And closure of the recycling center on Clinton River Road, July 1st, 2021. This schedule has the following advantages. It allows the construction of the new DPW facility on 18 Mile Road to proceed without having to incorporate a new recycling center at the site. This will save the project significant costs and eliminate an undesirable and incompatible use for the new facility. Number 2, by eliminating the recycling centers over a 3-year period, the city can reevaluate the market for recyclables and possibly develop one of the 2 remaining sites if market conditions and resident demand dictate a continuing need for a recycling center. Number 3, residents with a strong desire to recycle can slowly gravitate from the use of free recycling centers to the option available through GFL weekly curbside recycling service at $57 per year. And lastly, number 4, maybe most importantly, the elimination of the recycle centers would result in a refuse millage decrease. So lastly, on to reforestation. The reforestation of Sterling Heights has been a goal of the Department of Public Works for a number of years. Following our 2030 visioning plan, specifically the guiding principle, well-maintained and aesthetically pleasing roads and green spaces, the DPW began to apply for grant funds to plant trees in our community back in 2016. Our largest grant was awarded through the U.S. Forest Service in the amount of $100,000, which helped plant over 400 trees in our city. Some of those trees were planted on Fox Hill between Ryan and DeQuinder, as shown here. On 19 Mile Road between Saul and Hayes. While other grants we have received or have been awarded through the county allowed us to plant trees on 15 Mile Road west of Dodge Park and 17 Mile Road west of Utica Road. Recent roadway improvements, as shown here, have equated to almost 1,700 trees being planted. So from a couple of these roadway constructions, you can see Canal Road, 217 trees. The M59 project, almost 900 trees, M53, 280 trees, and Dodge Park Road, 286 trees, so equating to almost 1,700 trees through a couple of road projects. So what we'll be doing this year and moving forward, we'll be offering a $50 discount during the month of May for any resident who would like to purchase a right-of-way tree. The true cost of the tree is $300, but we will be discounting it to $250 for May. That cost includes the planting of the tree and a 1-year warranty. We have been awarded another grant of $15,000 to plant trees, and we have chosen the neighborhood south of 15 Mile between Van Dyke and Maple Lane. The plantings in this area will take place this fall. We have done a great job planting trees on the major roads, and I've identified one more area on 17 Mile and Plumbrook, which we just planted this week, in fact, and it turned out great. Our goal this year is to begin planting trees in neighborhoods where the emerald ash borer really made a significant impact, though. With the expected plantings this year from a grant, we have planted 325 trees with recreation projects. This includes neighborhood parks, Dodge Park, and the skate park. Even more will be planted with the reconstruction of Daly Park and the community center. Also not counted is 1,000 plants, shrubs, and grasses. The Macomb County Public Works Office will use $1.82 million in grants to transform the 2 miles of the 5.2 mile Sterling Relief Drain, utilizing green infrastructure to better serve the community. The grants will pay for 2 miles of upgrades along the drain, which runs east and west through Sterling Heights, roughly halfway between 15 Mile Road and Metro Parkway. The work will include daylighting portions of the drain's central channel, making that appear like an intermittent stream that will often be dry, and planting more than 5,000 trees and bushes in the drain property. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my presentation tonight for the Department of Public Works.
And Mayor, our last presenter this evening is our Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle Langlois. Needless to say, the work completed by Kyle and his entire team over the past 2 years is not only commendable, but transformational. The improvements are beyond exciting and have been recognized by many. 2 years ago, the City Council was selected by the Michigan Parks and Recreation Association for their foresight creating the massive Recreating Recreation Initiative. This past year, Mr. Langlois was recognized for his leadership in bringing the projects to life. Components of the initiative have been award-winning as well, including the skate park, and I'm sure there'll be more. Best of all, there is more to come in terms of the projects. Kyle will now provide an update on all that has been accomplished along with the remaining work scheduled for this year. And in light of all the awards bestowed on the department the past couple of years, including Kyle himself, Kyle will be available to sign autographs after his presentation.
All right. Well, thank you.
We're not paying for them, though.
All right. It was part of my budget, new revenues. So, good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of council, and all gathered here tonight. It is my honor to be in front of you today as we share a final look ahead at what is in store for year 3 of Recreating Recreation. As I shared just a few weeks ago, this year will likely be our most intense year of construction since we started this project, as there are a number of items that still need to be wrapped up before we get through year 3. Before we do look ahead, though, I would like to quickly recap what has been done in the first 2 years of construction, because I think that is a great starting off point for all of us. In 2017, we started off quickly by replacing 22 playgrounds throughout the city, not only meeting ADA standards, but exceeding them in many parks. This was followed by the first round of neighborhood park improvements, which included the renovation of Chappelle, Hadley, Hampton, Imus, and Washington Square parks, along with the long overdue reconstruction of the tennis courts at Delia Park. 2017 also included the beginning of Dodge Park construction, and was capped off by the opening of the skate park at City Center campus. Certainly, we can call this a productive first year. In 2018, we hit the ground running again, completing the surfacing and expansion of parking lots at Baumgardner, Delia Soccer, Delia Tennis, and Donovan Park. Simultaneously, we installed 14 new park entrance signs and started another round of neighborhood park renovations, which included Arlingdale, Avis, College, and Franklin parks. That sounds like a lot in itself for 1 year. We also renovated the Nature Center and Donovan Park. We completed Dodge Park construction, started construction on the community center, and installed field lighting at Baumgartner and Donovan Parks. Lastly, we were able to sneak in just before the winter time new accessible paddle landings, which are again back out in the river. This brings us to our current situation and what is scheduled to be completed in 2019. On April 2nd, I presented on two major projects that were in front of you that evening, which included the renovation of 5 restroom buildings and pavilions, as well as the reimagination of Delia Park. The 5 restroom pavilions are housed between Delia, Farmstead, and Nelson Parks, with renovations ranging from new lighting, toilets, partitions, hand dryers, entry doors, and metal roofs. This particular project is so important as these facilities get used as much, if not more, than some of our athletic fields and are in less than average condition, as you can see by some of these photos. I'm happy to report that the project started over a week ago and will be methodically completed before the end of August. For each location that supports a city-sponsored activity, we will be placing portable toilets at that site to compensate for the restrooms being out of order. Also approved on April 2nd was the renovation of Delia Park. What makes this project so exciting is that it does not just include renovating and refurbishing items that are already in place, but reinventing the use with new amenities not found anywhere else in Sterling Heights. For example, Delia Park is home to our largest city-owned tennis complex, which, as I mentioned, was renovated in 2017 with new fencing, site amenities, and sport court surface tiles. The new renovations of that park include installing previously purchased LED lights on the tennis court, making it the only illuminated tennis complex in the city. This will allow our avid tennis playing population to expend their playing hours in the spring, summer, and fall. Another new amenity scheduled for Delia Park is the city's first ever dedicated cricket field. For those of you who do not know the game of cricket, it is wildly popular around the globe, and games can run anywhere from 4 hours in a modified format to spanning multiple days. Currently, we have been using baseball fields for cricket, but having a dedicated field will draw thousands of participants and spectators to Delia Park each year. Lastly, the completion of this project in 2019 will give us the ability to finally offer a facility to our residents who are looking for a legal off-leash area for their dogs. The approximately 2-acre Sterling Heights Dog Park will have areas for all dogs, but also a separated area for small dogs seeking refuge from larger breeds. The facility will also have numerous memorial benches, which are available for purchase, as well as built-in picnic tables in each area of the park. Although it is not a monitored park, patrons will be required to purchase low-cost annual pass to access the park via an electronic key fob. There will be senior citizen discounts available, as you can see in section 3.08 of the rates and fees ordinance in your proposed budget. In order to obtain a pass, patrons will be required to show proof of their dog's license and necessary vaccinations. While the majority of the Delia Park renovations will be completed in August, it is expected that the dog park will open in October so we can properly establish the turf prior to exposing it to the intense use that we anticipate from our furry friends. Another project that is ongoing is the construction of the new community center across the street. The 98,000 square foot center will not only be home to the main operations of the Parks and Recreation Department, but will be a true resource for the community. For the past 5 decades, the Parks and Recreation Department has been handcuffed with a small and less than functional space to operate programs and provide services to our residents. This will no longer be an issue. In addition to our current offered programs, residents can plan to see new opportunities like open gym for a variety of sports, a drop-in teen center, seminar rooms for community group meetings or trainings, rentable areas for low-key events such as baby or wedding showers, and a variety of vibrant places to sit and relax while waiting for family members to finish taking a class. We know that our residents share the same excitement that we do while we wait very patiently in anticipation for this building to open. But we still do have a ways to go. The next few months will prove to be key as we continue to move towards our goal of occupying the new community center in December of this year. As you are seeing on the screen right now, I've attached just a couple construction photos of some items that have been completed since I last updated everyone on April 2nd. Each week you drive by that facility, it changes too, literally by the day. 2 additional Recreating Recreation Cornerstone projects are also set to be completed in 2019. The non-motorized trail from Delia Park to the Nature Preserve and the indoor bocce ball courts at the Senior Center. The 3.5-mile trail will add a substantial amenity to our parks and recreation inventory, especially in a section of the city that does not have a lot of dedicated parkland. As you can see on the screen, the trail will begin by the existing playground in Delia Park, then connect to the dog park and tennis court area before heading northwest towards the Nature Preserve. This will ultimately end by the Beaumont Hospital campus. The 10-foot wide path will be constructed with gravel and will meander along the drain, thoughtfully designed with tree preservation, minimized drain crossings, and resident privacy in mind. Any areas that will come in closer proximity to resident property lines will be screened with trees as part of the project cost. I also want to add that we will not be bringing the trail through the Nature Preserve, rather we will be going along the outside of the preserve. Construction documents for this project just recently became available, with the bid opening scheduled for Tuesday, May 14th. We expect actual construction to start on the trail at the beginning of June, with anticipated completion in mid-November. The indoor bocce ball courts are currently in the final phases of specification design and bid preparation, with plans to hit the open market in May. 2 club-sized bocce ball courts will be enclosed in a 4-season-like sunroom structure that will still allow patrons to enjoy the surrounding natural environment while staying comfortable and mosquito-free, most importantly. The final piece of major projects related to recreating recreation this year is the renovation of the remaining parks scheduled for improvements. Although we are continuing with the refinement of the project scope, the parks included in this last phase are Carpathia, Family, Farmstead, Magnolia, Moravian, Nelson, North Clinton River, and Rotary Parks. As you can see on the screen, this is a large project spanning multiple sections of the city and will include improvements such as athletic court renovations, which will make the athletic courts look something like this, path repair replacement, and the replacement of site amenities, which again will look something similar to what's on the screen in front of you. All other improvements at those sites have already been completed or are currently found within the bids for building improvements. I'm happy to report that the current gravel path connecting the neighborhoods to the southeast of Moravian Park will finally be getting converted to asphalt as part of this project. It is expected that bids will go out in June with substantial completion by the end of October. In closing, I am excited to get to the finish line of park improvements and trade in my construction manager hat for a while. When this millage was approved, we committed to our residents that we would complete construction in 3 years, which was very aggressive at the time. I'm happy to report that with the help of many city departments and our architects, we are on schedule to achieve this goal, and I'm very proud of the transformation that has taken place throughout the park system. We truly have brought new recreational amenities to our residents and have set the standard for quality of life in Southeast Michigan and beyond, showing why Sterling Heights is a great place to live, work, and play. Our work, however, is not done. We must continue making sound investments in the park system and increase our focus on annual maintenance, ensuring that we never revert back to where we were before 2016. I thank you for the opportunity to share our plans for recreating recreation and our final push here in 2019. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
And Mayor, that concludes our presentations this evening, and I wanted to take just a moment to thank the managers and directors who presented. I am blessed to collaborate every day with the best and most skilled directors and managers in the business, and I thank them for their hard work. And special thanks to Finance and Budget Director Jennifer Varney for her hard work putting the budget together. And I also wanted to recognize a very important person in the audience who spends a great deal of time on the budget. It seems like the entire year, probably is the case, and that's Janice Schoenrath, our Budget Management Coordinator. Janice, can you please stand just for a second? And so, Mayor, please be reminded we do have a couple of 3 amendments for council's consideration this evening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on any of these items? Mr. Jefferson?
Charles Jefferson, Sterling Heights. First of all, people take a look behind me. Not very many people here tonight, and this is one of the most fascinating nights in the budget process because we have the big guys, which is the police department, the fire department, the DPW, here tonight. So let's get to it. The library, we seriously need to start looking at the library because with the building of the community center and the library and technology taking over for the library, are we funding two community centers as it presently exists with technology such as cars going to driverless cars? Is the library going the way of the dinosaur as well? I know that's blasphemy to talk against the library, but it's just the reality of things going today with people with their, you can read a book on your phone. Ms. Turgeon, she didn't even bring up people reading books at the library. It was a bunch of other stuff that could be put into the community center as once. I'd like to ask the police chief a question. Police chief, can you tell us the difference between the DARE program and the SMART program that you have going on now? Because the DARE program is presenting us as a colossal fail with the opioid epidemic that we have now. If those people were talking about we shouldn't do drugs, then what's going to stop in the future having drugs? I would also like to ask the police chief, why does he keep a person on the Citizens Emergency Response Team that wants people in this community hog-tied, lynched, and killed? Why do you have that person still in that organization? Better yet, if that person was at a school, we saw your picture at the school, with the school hiring of a new school officer, with that person, that was a student, they'd be facing a high bail and a long jail time. Why isn't that person facing a high bail and a long jail sentence right now? And this is not the first time I asked you this question, and I still haven't got a response. Other than that, it was a good presentation from everyone, and we'll see what happens in the next year. Thank you.
Anyone else on this agenda item? If not, council, any comments or questions for any of the directors or presenters tonight under these items?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanez.
I'll go first. I have a lot of questions, so I hope I don't take up too much time, but, so if I could start off with both the police chief and the fire chief. I don't know if you want to go up individually or if you want to stand next to each other, whatever, but
I'll give up.
safety in numbers. Safety in numbers. I'm not going to ask I'm assuming the fire chief is going to tell me his guys didn't do a Facebook video because they're too busy working hard. There's not enough time.
They did one.
Oh, darn it, sorry. I must have missed it. So I was curious a little bit, and I'm going to start with the fire chief real quick. Through the chair. Thank you. Through the chair to the fire chief. I noticed in our manual that training hours budgeted for this year have been reduced significantly, down to 2,100 hours. Can you explain why the reduction in training hours, and can you give us a little bit of an idea about what your training department does and what the men train on?
And women, chief.
And women, and woman. one woman.
Didn't you see they had a big controversy over this recently, Mr. Yanez, when I think Peppa Pig or some show referred to it as a fireman?
Yeah.
It's a firefighter. You should know
Firefighter.
that.
Well, when I was on the department, there was actually 3 women, so we've backslid, and I think we need to pick that up a little
Duly
bit.
noted, chief.
I don't know where to start. So, as far as the number of hours in the budget, over the last several years, we've had an influx of new employees. So not only are the men and women doing training every day that is prescribed to them either by the training division or through the company officer, they're also doing additional training with each person because each new person has a Proby workbook is what we call it. So there's a significant amount of work that employee has to do in the first year. So the hours have been up over the last couple of years because we've had so many new employees with those extra books and extra hours that needed to be done. So we're not slowing down at all in the amount of training we're providing. It's just going to be less hours in general because not only, they won't be doing the Proby workbook in addition to the stuff that they're doing on a daily basis. So every day, if it's not a weekend or a holiday, there is some type of training that is either coordinated through the training division or put out through the training division in that thing I showed you, Target Solutions is one of them. So it's either EMS-related training or it's fire-related training, or many of the credentials we have to keep up with, either driving the apparatus or things like that. So every day there's some training that's prescribed, and we send people out to all kinds of training, whether it's officer training when you need the credentials to become an officer. If you're part of one of the specialty teams, you're getting training, or if you're on a RIT initiative, a Rapid Intervention Team initiative, you might be out doing some training that you're going to bring back to the department. So there's a plethora of training that goes on constantly, and it's hard to keep up with at times.
And Police Chief, you can also answer this question too. Is there an impact on your budget in regards to overtime? Do you find that sometimes you can't send people to training because there's not enough money in your budget, or is overtime impacts that?
No, it's not so much the overtime. It's lately we've hired 58 brand new police officers. So with every single new officer comes on board, we have new detectives, new traffic officers. So the last few years have been brutal for us as far as training. We had to get all of our guys up to basic detective school, basic crash investigation. Crash investigation requires to be a certified reconstructionist, up to 13 different individualized classes just to get one guy to be a reconstructionist. So we have done that. The city has increased our budget over the last few years to get us those guys trained. We get about $30,000 a year from the state of Michigan through MCOLS, and that's state money that we utilize as well, plus our normal budget. But the overtime is usually not an issue. We have officers in all 3 different shifts, and they work different days off. And we're proud to say that we're getting so many guys through those vital basic classes, and thank God, because we're sending a lot of guys to a lot of training over the last couple of years, so it's starting to slow down a little bit.
And to both of you, do you see a time, because I know, and Chief Martin, you presented this in your presentation, the recruiting efforts. Do either one of you see a time when we go back to the days of hiring untrained personnel and sending them to the academies?
I would prefer that we didn't, mainly because.
Well, with the trouble of attracting talent, do you see that's a possibility?
I think it's a possibility, but I think it's a distant future possibility. I think we're on the right track to start bringing in recruitment, through these efforts. Because if we were to take an individual and then have to send them to the fire academy and then paramedic class, we would hire an individual that we would not have on a fire truck for 2 years, and we'd be paying them. And then we'd have to take the chance that they'd pass the test. Right now, passing the paramedic state test, I think, is at about a 60% the first time out of the gate. So you have a possibility of hiring an employee that you could never utilize as a paramedic because they don't pass the test. So I hope that this recruiting brings us a lot of employees. It's looking good right now. We have a testing out that ends on Sunday for candidates, and I already have 160 candidates that have taken the written test and indicated Sterling Heights as one of their destinations. Now, whether they all come through the oral interview in mid-May, that remains to be seen. But I think it's looking very hopeful, not just this next list we're going to create, but hopefully into the future with what we're trying with the high schools.
Okay. And Police Chief?
Yeah, on the police end, we have a 17-week basic academy, so we're fortunate in Sterling Heights that I talked to all of our surrounding chiefs, and they all have the same problem. They can't find candidates. Warren just did a lateral transfer thing. They went to their Civil Service Commission and basically said, hey, can we bring in officers at year 4, year 5 pay? And they did. They agreed to do that. So Warren grabbed a lot of guys, senior guys from other agencies, and they came in near top pay. So asking a guy to come in with a $30,000 or $40,000 pay raise, that's a big perk. That's what Warren did. That was a simple step to get more candidates. Shelby offered a signing bonus to get people to even apply. But I'm proud to announce that Sterling Heights, we have candidates. We have officers applying here. Our last list, I think we had 50-something people, went through the oral interview with 46 or 47 on our final list. We only needed 3. We had 46 people that made it through the final cut. So it's still working, but yes, if that number keeps on declining, I could see a day where we would hire somebody and send them to the police academy. It's about $7,000 and pay for that. It's a small, but obviously you're paying them for the 4 months plus that they're at the academy, plus the cost of the academy. But I don't know if that's here right now, but it may be in the future.
All right. Well, thank you very much, both of you, for your answers. And could I, now, I'm all set with you guys.
Okay.
And Mr. Moore? You sat way too far back. Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, may I speak to the DPW director?
It's your absolute right to.
Fortunately, there's nobody here for me to embarrass myself in front of, except the entire TV audience. So, explain to me a little bit about the disposal, the waste disposal. So, do you know off the top of your head how much we pay for the yard waste disposal as opposed to the trash pickup?
Oh.
Maybe you're not the guy to ask, huh?
No, I am the guy to ask,
Okay.
but off the top of my head, I want to say, geez, I don't know how many millions of dollars it was per year. I think the budget annually is $4.125 million annually. And as far as the yard waste side goes, that would only be 36 weeks of such. So I don't know if maybe Jennifer might be able to pull a quick number, but I'd say maybe of that entire amount, maybe 40%.
Yeah, because in the book here, it said 4.5 million for refuse.
Right.
So about 40% of that would be,
I'm guessing, because
but Jennifer can give us a more solid number maybe later. It doesn't have to be right now. I just thought maybe that was something you had off the top of your head. And in regards to water usage, so we're using a lot less water. I'm going to assume that's because people are conserving more, both residential and commercial. Do we have an idea how much people are actually saving? Do we have like a per capita cost or savings for each individual? Because we're still having to pay for the infrastructure, and obviously we're not paying for it through usage, so we have to increase the cost to individuals, right? So how much are individuals actually saving?
Saving by not using as much water?
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to ask?
Yeah. Okay.
I guess I would say in the current year, I mean, obviously, we charge by the unit. So they save in the year that they're not using the water, but then the next year, I have to raise the rates to recover what they're using.
Yeah, so the point I guess the point I'm trying to,
Yeah.
I know, the point I'm trying to make is what they're saving balanced out, or what they're being charged extra is being balanced out by their savings? Or are they being charged more than what they're actually saving? Is there any way we can get numbers on that? You don't have to do it right now, not tonight.
Yeah.
But I'd certainly like to know, if we're charging the residents more, but they're saving because they're using less, how does that match up?
I mean, I think the bottom line is, I
don't
have
want them using more water.
I have to collect the 85% of the costs that are fixed one way or another. Now, the one way is that we could actually, a big part of our rates is based on what's called our max day and peak hour usage, if you've heard that. So the GLWA picks a random day in the summer and measures what we use in that day and down to a certain hour. And the logic of that is the system has to be able to be built for the capacity of what you use at the maximum time. So, if over, like, say, the 3-year period of our contract, we can get that number down, then when we go to renegotiate our rates, they can be lowered. And that happened in our last, you weren't here last year, but our last year when we renegotiated our contract with the GLWA, we reduced that number, and we actually last year had a over 5% decrease in our rates from the GLWA. So I know I'm not directly answering your question, but if overall as a system we do use less water, especially in that peak hour time, it can reduce the rates eventually. It's just not immediate. It's not like if I use less water today, my rates are going to go down, but over time it could have an impact on our rates, and that is something maybe we could look into about, trying to educate the residents. We have the voluntary system in the summer, the odd even, that's part of trying to do that. But, it's voluntary, and because the residents don't see an immediate reduction, I think it's harder to enforce because it's kind of a theoretical idea that it could reduce your rates eventually.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's plenty. Thank you, I appreciate your input on those items. And then last but not least, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to express my extreme concern over the shutting down of the recycling centers. I understand the situation that we're in as the rebuild of the new DPW takes place. But I have to tell you, recycling is still very popular, whether there's a market for it or not. I think that the situation with China is a blip on the radar, and the recycling markets could definitely come back. And are we going to be prepared for those markets to come back? Relying on curbside recycling means we're going to rely on single stream recycling. And if we're concerned about contamination of recyclables, there's far more contamination in single stream recycling than there is in the multi-stream recycling that we have now at the recycling centers. And I also believe that there still are markets for PET 1 and 2 plastics. Those are our water bottles, as well as corrugated cardboard. Those are still markets that are very viable, and I don't know why we wouldn't recycle those at citywide facilities should those markets prove to exist, and we have vendors who want to pick that equipment up or that material up. So I would suggest that at another meeting that we have a discussion, bring in GFL, some of our other vendors that pick up this material, and have an honest discussion about the future of recycling and the place that municipalities have in it. NBC News tonight did a story on how many municipalities across the country are giving up on the recycling programs because of this China situation. And I just don't think that's long-term thinking. I think long-term thinking is going to be better served by actually having real numbers presented to us and making sure that, we're not filling up landfills with products that can be recycled. And I appreciate that it's costing us $150,000 a year. But we just went through a whole budget process here talking about all kinds of different costs. And, if we're going to keep our neighborhood clean, our city clean, our planet clean and safe, then we really have to take a good hard look at recycling. And so I would hope that the city council would direct the city manager to organize, whether it's a city council meeting or some kind of special event, having a discussion on recycling. And I also think it's time that we just don't have a solid waste committee, but we also have a sustainability committee as well, not just about recycling, but anything and all things sustainable. I think now is the time in the year 2019 that what is about to be the third largest city in the state tackle that issue. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Anyone else, council, would like to speak? Mrs. Sarowski.
Okay, and you can stay right there, Mr. Moore, through the chair to I'd like to speak to the Public Works Director. I have a couple of questions on the reforestation and the grant funds that we've been receiving. First, you had mentioned that we had in the past a $100,000 grant that provided us with 400 trees. Was that a one-time grant? We can never apply for that again? Where did that grant come from, and what is the opportunity possibly to reapply for that? Mayor Taylor, you'd ask.
Mr. Moore.
That was a one-time grant that was through the U.S. Forest Service for $100,000, and all those trees have since been planted.
Correct. Okay. I knew that they were already planted. I just wondered and what is the opportunity for more grant? I know that we get some county grant funds. Are there any other funds out there, hopefully in that, love to have the $100,000 range again, Sierra Club? I don't know. But are there any other grants out there that we may be able to tap into that could get us a good amount of money for our trees?
We're trying hard to find them. We were just awarded the $15,000 grant, so we're happy to have that one, but we're working with Clinton River Watershed Council, the U.S. Forest Service, and the DNR that when things come out, we get notified right away. And anything that is going to hit our radar that would fit our city, yeah, absolutely, we're going to apply for it.
Okay. But nothing that we know of at this very second?
No.
Okay, because that was a concern that I thought, well, I'd love to see any more grant funding that we can get. Okay, well, that's all I needed for Mr. Moore. Thank you so much, Mr. Moore. I do have a couple of other questions, Mayor Taylor. I'd like to speak to the Parks and Rec Director, if I could, just for a second. Please. Thank you, Kyle. So, Mr. Langeles, I do have a couple of comments I would like to say, and one is that living right by Dodge Park, I never, ever, ever see that soccer field empty. It is filled, kids are lining it, it doesn't matter what age, and the beauty of it is it's not age-specific. The older men are playing with the younger girls and kids, they're just playing as a multiple multiple ability teams. It has, I think, been a wonderful asset. Didn't even think of that, how well that would be attended and used, as well as the skate park, literally practically in my backyard. And that is nonstop bikes, razors, skateboards themselves, even some rollerbladers, that's wonderful. The question that I have is about the dog park. I understand, what are we using for fencing for that? Because obviously it has to be a contained area. Mayor Taylor.
Mr. Langley.
Yeah, the dog park will be completely fenced in. There will be, as I mentioned, two different areas in the dog park, one for larger dogs, one for smaller dogs. So the good news is when patrons enter the dog park, they'll enter into a common, area right away, and then they can choose to go in one direction into the larger area or into the smaller dog area. There will be a fence in between those areas as well.
Is it cyclone fencing? Is it aluminum slat? What is it?
It is vinyl coated cyclone fencing,
Okay,
yes.
very good, thank you. And I have, just as a personal statement, my grand puppy, who is a Pomeranian, is not afraid of my golden retriever. So I think that they would be just fine together, but I understand it's more for the owners than anything else. And pretty much that is all I have for questions. So thank you, Mr. Langlois. You want public comment at this time, or council comment at the same time as well? Okay, very good. Then I don't know if I don't want to overstep my time. But again, thank you to both the police and fire chief and to all the other directors. We do have some very phenomenal services for our city, and I'm very pleased that we've been able to stay as well within budget as we needed to. I understand that the police department is pretty close to, if not completely, fully staffed now. Fire department's getting there. Yes, so, and with the Safe Streets, hopefully passing, we'll be able to maintain everything that we've been able to do. So, wonderful job. The library, finally, and I'm just going to make a comment, Ms. Turgeon, you don't have to come up. I do think that the libraries will always have a function. They will always be able to lend to those of us that can't always afford the big things. That's why libraries started. I mean, the rich people had libraries of their own. They didn't understand or didn't make sense to some people why there were libraries for others to borrow and share books or any other media. So I think that the libraries will always have a function and a focus. It's just going to change over time. So I do appreciate all the work and all the ways you've diversified it and made it much more interactive for everyone. One point I wanted to make. make sure you keep that kid's table clean. Chlorhexidine is the best one. Don't use bleach, because it will probably have a lot of many fingers on it, so it looks very fun. So thank you so much, and Mayor Taylor, that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Anyone else, council? Mrs. Kosky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few comments in regard to the library. Tammy Turgeon, you're doing a fantastic job there. The children's programs that you're doing are just amazing. I want to compliment you on the Teen Advisory Board, I believe it is. Years ago, we tried to create a teen council, and it didn't work, but it looks like yours is working, and I want to say congratulations. I think that's a great program. And if you want to let them come to council anytime and give us recommendations, suggestions, things that they would like to see there at the library, that would be welcome, I'm sure. Chief Dale Drochkowski, you're fantastic as always. I have to say the best part is the social media, Sergeant Susala. He is really, really talented, and he's doing a fantastic job there. You're right on target with everything. I have a motion tonight that I'm going to make when the time is ready to see if we can get some uniforms for the CERT and COPS program. They're great volunteers, and I am very pleased to hear that we are the 6th safest city, and you're just doing a great job there, especially with the Smart Moves. That is a wonderful program for the kids. Fire Department, Chris Martin. I'm very, very pleased that we have Squad 1, Squad 1 in service. You're doing some fantastic training there. I know that you really have your hands full with all the new firefighters, but you're doing a great job there. I like the idea of the CPR classes, and I'm assuming that maybe occasionally those will be offered to residents also. I like the student recruitment, and I think I caught the date of May 11th. I think that is a great idea, and I commend you for that, because we want to do our own training for our firefighters, because we're the best. Public Works, Mike Moore. Couple questions for you. In regard to the 3 centers, I see that 18 Mile would be scheduled for this year to close, and then 15 Mile, and then Clinton River. Has there been any thought about maybe putting in a part-time monitor there, someone to oversee those yards, like maybe students that would like a part-time job? Because it seems like the problem there is people just bringing in items and just dumping them where they don't belong. Is there any way that, or any thought been given to any kind of monitor there in the yard?
Mr. Moore.
You're exactly right. That's exactly what we have been discussing as well, too. If the centers were to stay, really feel that the 24/7 operation, that's, I think, what's some of the culprits of the dumping after hours and things of that nature. I think if we, the centers were to stay, the right way to operate them would be just as you suggested, to almost have hours of operation, and during that point, someone standing at the gate, checking IDs, confirming you're a resident, and then actually inspecting what they're dropping off. So yes, that has been given some thought.
Could you maybe explore that a little more and have the city manager bring it to council and see if maybe we can do something to make that work? Because over the years, I've had quite a few residents say that they love the centers. That's the way they like to recycle, and that's the way they would want to continue to do that. If we need to fence it in, what it would cost to fence it in, what it would cost to monitor it, like you said, hours of operation, I'd be interested in having council look at that. In regard to the water and sewer, I remember we had our don't water after a certain time, water between 5 in the morning and noon, and can we maybe make that information available to the residents again so that they have the option to maybe do that volunteer watering time and see if maybe we can achieve another reduction in our water costs? And can you explain for the residents at home how they achieve our cost of water? I remember that they picked the peak time, and so that was the idea of don't water between this time and that time because the peak time is going to be X. Can you kind of run through that?
I'll send it over. I'll allow Jennifer Varney to explain it. She could probably do a little bit better job at the cost.
Yeah.
It's called passing the
There's a lot of things that go into the rates, but a big part of it is called what we use on our max day and the peak hour. So the Great Lakes Water Authority picks a random day and they measure how much water the cities use on that day, and then within that day, a random hour. And that, when you go to renegotiate that max day and peak hour, you have some say in it, but there's penalties if you go over it. So if we choose a number and then we go over it, there's penalties. So it's like a balancing act. You want to pick as low as possible, but not too low. So when we pick that, when the contract's open and we figure out that number, we look at history. So if we could get residents to use less water, and Mike and I could maybe work on an informational campaign on that, and it goes down, then when we go to renegotiate, we could reduce that max day and peak hour and therefore hopefully reduce our rates. Now, the caveat on that is it also depends on what all of the other communities in the Great Lakes Water Authority do too. So, again, since most of the costs are fixed, say, just for example, everyone reduced their max day by 20%, our rates probably wouldn't go down. But if we were able to reduce ours and other communities didn't, then we might see a decrease. So it's very complicated. Another part has to do with how far you are away from Detroit, which obviously we can't control. And then obviously, the costs we can control the most are the city-related costs.
Well, if you can simplify that. And just, brief paragraph to the residents, because what I recall is in the morning, what time does everybody get up and take their shower? Okay, they take their shower between 6 in the morning and 9, so that's the time that you don't want to water your lawn, because that's the big time to take a shower. So something to that.
Yeah, and then that was the idea, I think, in the summer, the volunteer every other day. So again, we're not all watering our grass on the same day.
Exactly.
We're spreading it out. So we could definitely look at, getting some more of that information out and reminding residents and emphasizing that it could impact our rates in a positive way in the future.
Like you said, just a paragraph.
A simplified
Simple. Yes.
explanation.
In regard to thank you. In regard to Parks and Rec, you're doing a fantastic job over there, and I'm looking forward to December so that we can cut the ribbon on our new building. One other thing, through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. I have a question for you and a request for a possible motion. Going through the book here, you have a section of general expenditures, membership in NLC. We were members a number of years back. I always felt that Michigan Municipal League was a better choice than National League of Cities. simply because Michigan Municipal League is closer. They have basically the same programs, except their programs deal with issues that affect Michigan. So my idea is to continue our membership with Michigan Municipal League, but not obtain a membership with National League of Cities at this time. What are your feelings on this?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Koski, first, just by way of background, the National League of Cities is obviously a national organization. It's the parent company, if you will, to the municipal leagues across the country. So there's a state municipal league in every state, and the umbrella organization is the National League of Cities. The National League of Cities, certainly has a voice and a platform on issues that are common to municipalities across the country. Back when we were members of the National League of Cities initially, although it was prior to my time, I don't believe we were as active as we are now in the Michigan Municipal League. I think certainly over the last 15 years or so, the city has become far more active in the MML. In fact, I know that you served on the board of directors. I currently serve on the board of directors. The city council participates in a lot of Michigan Municipal League activities. So, is one more effective over the other? It's hard to say. I can simply speak on experience that being very active in the MML has certainly paid dividends to us. Now, however, having said that, the MML focuses on statewide issues. Certainly road funding, municipal financing reform, which is desperately needed in the state of Michigan. Obviously, the NLC is not going to champion Michigan municipal finance reform. They might champion a need for greater road funding nationally, but they're not going to focus their efforts on how to increase road funding in Michigan. So it's much different perspectives. There has been some interest from the city council members in joining National League of Cities. It is in the proposed budget. The cost is just under $10,000. I think it's right around $9,700. But it's council's prerogative if you want to continue to be as active as we possibly can in MML, which I think we continue to be, and test the NLC or forego it. It's really a council's choice.
Thank you. I feel at this time being involved with Michigan Municipal League would be a better choice because NLC is federal issues, and I know our mayor is involved with the U.S. Mayor's Association. And Mr. Vanderpool, I believe you're involved with ICMA, so I feel that between the two of you, you will bring us whatever we need to know as to what's going on with the federal level and what we need to be involved with. So I'm going to want to make a motion to delete that from the budget when we get to the motion part. My other question, and I'm going to direct that to you also, Mr. Vanderpool, is in regard to training. I believe the council training has been increased. I'm not sure of the amount, but I'm thinking that the training that we might want, we might be able to get from our city attorney. I'm thinking training such as planning, zoning, Robert's rules, things of that type. I think they would be able to offer that to us, the same as we had the trainer from MML come out to give us a session. That way, all members of council will benefit from the training, not a specific council member going to take like a college course or something like that. So if you could give an amount as to how we could reduce that, I would also like to reduce that this evening. And that's all.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Koski. Anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Moore, since you're sitting there. So back to the recycling centers. I'm really disappointed to hear that, our centers are going to be closing. I was wondering how you came up with the schedule for closing. Was it based on usage? Through the
Mr. Moore?
chair?
The decision to start with the 18-mile road one was because that's where the DPW building construction would
Obviously.
be. So that one made the most sense, and then it was based off of usage. The second one would be 15-mile by Baumgartner, and then Clinton River Road.
So Clinton River Road has more usage than the
Higher
15 mile?
usage, yes.
Okay. And I really like Mrs. Koski's suggestion, even if we put gates and locked it at night, that would keep people from going after hours there. I know we have some gates in some of the parks, so it would basically be the same rotation as locking the gates in the parks. I'm not sure those two departments cross, but maybe a little collaboration. And the new building looks fantastic. I know the employees over there have been working in some conditions that are unbecoming to good working environment. So I'm excited to have that new building in place. And that's all for you, Mr. Moore. Regarding the water and sewer, through the chair to Ms. Verney, in our budget book, correct me if I'm wrong, there really was a 13.2% increase between, you have the GLWA increased by 5%, the city costs rose by 5.2%, and the Macomb County sewer and debt service charges increased by 3%. So that's 13.2% increase, and we're only passing on a 5.3 or a 3.3% increase to our residents?
No, because those, you're looking at each line item and the percent of each line item so you can't just add those together to get the total increase. I'm trying to get to the page.
276 is where I'm at.
Yeah, so if you look at page 284, actually, that is the summary of the total water and sewer fund. So actually, if you were to look at the cost, the bottom line costs between the 53.9 million versus the 53.4, it's actually a total of 0.9% increase. So, again, part of the reason that the increase is higher than that is the lower water usage. So, if I'm spreading more costs over lower usage, that unfortunately increases the rates a little more.
Which is really out of our hands.
Yeah, unfortunately. And I mean, it's unfortunate that lower usage results in higher rates because you would think it would be the opposite. But in a fixed rate cost structure, I've got to collect, the same amount of money.
Well, I can say that I'm certainly glad I don't live in Fraser where it's $167 a month.
Yeah, I found that chart very interesting, but we've always compared to our similar sized cities, but we haven't really compared to our surrounding communities, and that was really enlightening, and I think shows that we are doing a good job at keeping our rates down, even though.
And we always have tried to keep our water rates in check. So I appreciate, all that you've done in crunching those numbers and doing the best for our ratepayers. Next, through the chair to Mr. Langless. So can you give me an update on those mats at the tennis court? Because everybody was kind of wondering if they would hold up, if people would like them, if they would be slippery. Do you have have you had any feedback?
Mr. Langlois?
We have not gotten a lot of feedback, which is I always like to go on the no news is good
thing.
news.
Yeah.
Everybody does have their own, their own view, and we will get a person occasionally that will come in. We build our parks for recreational users. So a lot of the times, some of the, if somebody has an issue, they tend to be a higher level player that might be looking for a different type of surface. One thing I can say is that I've been very, very pleased. We've had very minimal damage to any of our parks that have the sport court. They look brand new, like they did a year ago, with virtually no wear and tear. We've gotten a lot of people who have said great things. We have great feedbacks from some of our residents that border parks that have said that, in the past, they barely saw people playing basketball, and now with the renovations that we have on a basketball court, they're seeing 50, 60 kids playing a day, and not just kids, but young adults. So I think the surface it's very eye appealing. It is better for the joints to play on. I think generally speaking, it's a great surface for the recreational user. Some are better than others. We found that pickleball it's not as good for pickleball, so we are backing off of some of our newer pickleball courts with that surface. But certainly for tennis and basketball, it's been tremendous success.
Good. And as far as the lights go, they'll be on timers, or how will that work? At the tennis courts, I'm sorry.
Yeah, very similar to, similar to our baseball fields, but with the new technology that we've put in, we do have the ability to set everything to a timer. We find with our baseball fields, and this will be the case with our tennis courts when they are going to be in use, which for tennis purposes, it'll be 7 days a week. We will set the lights to go on about 15 minutes before dark. The great part is the technology allows the time to change by the day. So as the days get longer, the lights go on a little bit later. As the days get shorter, the lights come on a little bit earlier. So that will be the case. We'll have them set to go on right before dark. And then, of course, with our parks closing, at 10 o'clock during the summer or the spring, summer, early fall hours, they'll go off right around 10, a few minutes after. And then when the park hours switch to closing at 8, we'll dial it back so that they go off right after 8 o'clock as well. So gives people a few minutes to finish up before they go out on them.
Good, okay. And I was looking through the fee schedule for the dog park. So the fee schedule is $12 for a resident and $24 for a non-resident. I would like to see the non-resident fee a little higher than that. I think, people are bringing their dogs into our community, and not everybody takes care of what their dogs leave around. And I think it's just out of respect for our residents that a non-resident should have to pay a little bit more than $24 a year. I think that's a cheap price for a resident, and I don't want our resident price to change. But I'd like to see maybe just some consideration on that non-resident. There were actually 2 non-resident fees that kind of stuck out at me. The summer playground program, the non-resident fee for the summer playground program, $169 for the summer is the cheapest babysitting program anybody could ever ask for. It's an awesome program. I utilized it for my kids. They loved it. But non-residents paying $169 for the summer, I think is too good of a deal. Just my opinion. So that is all for you, Mr. Langless. Chief Martin, I have to say the 5 CPR machines that we're going to have on our ambulances, I'm so excited. I have seen those machines in action in the emergency room, and it's very impressive. So I think it's a great tool for our firefighters to have and for our residents to have at their disposal as well. It's unbelievable to watch that machine on a patient. I was shocked the first time I saw it. I thought, oh, Lord. So I'm very, very happy about that. And as far as the recruitment, now you were at the Career Prep Center with my students, the EMT students over there. They're in a great position in that they all are graduating this year. It's only senior-only program. So they are able to all take the EMT test before they graduate, which is great. Some of them pass the first time, some of them don't, as you alluded to, the 60% passing rate for that EMT test, the state certification. So if, let's say these high school kids pass that state certification, then they can go on to the fire academy through Macomb or OCC or wherever, and then they can apply for a job. Is that how that's supposed to work?
So the EMT program is basically maybe like a third or a quarter of becoming a paramedic. So they have, it's roughly a semester if you were to go to Macomb or Oakland. You can also take like an accelerated academy-style EMT program. There's some that are offered through the summer through private EMS, but that does give them a leg up. It gives them basically a semester that they wouldn't have to take through the community college. So they could either continue on and get into the paramedic program, which is, I think, about a year with clinicals, maybe a little more than a year, or they could go into the fire academy and then come out of the fire academy with firefighter 1 and 2 and the EMT license, which can get you in some fire departments that don't do ALS work or some that don't have the requirements we do. But it does give them a leg up, and it gives them an advantage over the others that don't have that training.
So that state certification really only gives them a semester off?
Well, so there's state certified emergency medical technician, and then paramedic is advanced emergency medical technician. So it gives them, the EMT is like basically a semester off of what they would get through Oakland or Macomb.
Okay, well, I was really pleased to see you there, and I think the kids, it was impactful with the students. I know I spoke with the instructor, and she thought it went really well with, as far as piquing the interest of the students there. So keep it up. I encourage it. I think it's a great program. We have a great program over there in any way that the two can, combine in some way, shape, or form. I think she had mentioned that you were offering to let the kids do some of their clinical ride-alongs as well. So I appreciate that. And that is all for you, Chief. And to Chief Wojciechowski. So you talked about the list, the active hire list that we have. How long is that active? Or how long can they stay on the list?
Yeah, it's a one-year process every single year. So we ask for applications in October, interviews are in November, and the list becomes certified every January. It's good for 1 year, and then we do it all again in October. It runs through the whole rest of the year, but October we have to start the process. So it's a one-year hiring list. We used to do 2-year lists. We might look at that again because now we're at full staffing. We don't foresee any large turnover in staff because most of us at the earliest have 5 more years to go. Then there will be a day and time between 6 to 9 years. You're going to see 30 plus, maybe 40 officers walk out the door, another mass retirement coming up. So to change it to a 2-year list, maybe right now for the next couple cycles, but then it's going to probably have to go back to a 1-year list because a 2-year list gets really old when you're hiring, 15 to 20 officers in a year. So I kind of like it the way it is right now, but
So do you notify them when the list is about to expire so that they can reapply, or how does that work?
Well, they're notified where they stand on the list, and obviously if we don't call them by the end of the year, they know it expires by usually like January 7th. So if they don't get a call, they know it's over, and hopefully they already applied again, in October, November. They know the system. Everything's turned into this testing company called EMCO in October usually, and then interviews are in November. And some of our people on our list have done this now 3 separate times. They know it's a 1-year list. If they don't get in, they take it again. We're fortunate. We have a lot of people who want to work here, so.
Awesome. Well, you guys are doing a great job. I appreciate everything. Oh, the speed signs, the battery-operated speed signs.
Yep.
Did we look at the possibility of having solar-operated signs and maybe more of them that we could keep up in problem areas?
Yeah, the problem is just the power needed to put a gigantic strobe light, your fixed speed that runs all day long. There's no way solar could ever charge that battery that's inside the case. It's a huge, like a boat battery that fits inside that box. You have to charge it back at the office. Gives you about 7 days worth of runtime because there's a mini computer in there. It runs the full display of LED lights and then flashing strobe lights. So it's intensive on the battery and gets you about 7 days. So there's probably a solar addition that could trickle charge your battery, maybe extend that out to 10 or 14 days, but then you're eventually going to have to charge that battery in that unit. And a lot of times, after 7 days, we've made our point. We let all of our residents know, hey, slow down. The sign flashes at you. They know they've been kind of recorded, even though there's no camera in there, but it does record the vehicles, the average speed. And then we take them down and we go to the next street because we get complaints all the time.
So this isn't in lieu of the trailers. We're still going to have the trailers?
Yeah, the trailers are great because if there's not a fixed sign right at the edge of the road, the trailer is awesome. Double the power, the big red and blue flashing lights. A little bit more difficult to move out into location, but these little signs, way easier to move around the city.
Okay. And I believe that is all I have. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Radke.
Thank you. I just want to say to all of our department heads, wow, that's a lot of information to take in, and you guys are doing an excellent job really sharing it with us. I guess I'll start with Chief Joe Zukowski because he's at the microphone. Through the chair, I just had some quick questions about the department and what we're going to do going forward. As we all know, we ordered police vehicles last year, and they have not yet been delivered yet, correct?
Yes.
Do we have a timeline on when these vehicles will be delivered?
Yeah, so as you know, we drive basically a Ford Explorer. That's what it's called, the Police Interceptor, but for all purposes, it's a Ford Explorer. They remodeled for the 2020 model year. We didn't get any cars in October, November. The new budget starts in July. By the time we put our order in, we get our cars, it's always October, November. 0 cars came. And they said, oh, we're retooling, or we're doing this thing in the plant. You guys should have your cars no later than April or May. Here we are in April, like, well, maybe July or August. And then we had another update that says maybe October, November. So we're almost a year behind. So we've done some innovative things to kind of make up. We bought a couple Dodge Chargers just recently at council. You guys saw that on your agenda. So we had a couple Dodge Charger with the Hemi engines, all-wheel drive, and some of the officers are very excited about that car. And we found a couple cars of these Ford Explorers down in a dealership in Florida. Mark Karyafel, working with purchasing, did some hunting for us, and we were ecstatic that this guy had these Explorers on there. So we gobbled those up, and we have those coming into the city. So we've done some stopgap things to get cars out there, and so we're holding our own until this next batch of cars comes in.
So how many cars are we still owed from our previous orders?
Oh, boy, with the Chargers, the 2 Chargers we ordered, the 2 from Florida, I think we still need 4 more cars, plus the ones the 10 from this coming up model, this budget year.
And do we have a timeline on when those new cars that we're hopefully
That should be the normal routine. July we order them, we get them in October and November.
Excellent. I also had a question. I've talked with several officers and different people, and there's been a conversation, they've come up that maybe we should go to a deputy chief model. Because right now we have, I believe, 3 captains who hold different departments, but it creates a situation where if you're not there, not one person is in charge. So, I wanted to get your opinion on this and what you think about it.
Well, long-term planning, obviously, we used to at one point had 4 captains at our place. Now we're down to 3 captains. A lot of surrounding agencies have a deputy chief model. I know Shelby Township does. A lot of the events I go to, it's the deputy chief there, not the chief, and that way they can divide and conquer at different meetings. It does make it easier because I can tell one person what to do if I'm not there, and that person has full power of the entire police department instead of trying to coordinate with 3 separate individuals that run a third of my department. So there's definitely some pros to that, but obviously that's a budgeting thing. Something they'd have to run by city administration, and there's definitely some pros to it. There's no doubt.
Well, I would just say I think that maybe converting one of the captains into a deputy chief position would be helpful to you and your department. That's all I have for you, Chief. I'd like to call up Tammy Turgeon about the library very briefly for the chair. Hi, Tammy. The library is a great resource for our city, and I think that the innovative things that we're doing are just amazing. The hot spots to check out for students, especially if your student maybe doesn't have internet access at home or doesn't have the money for it, I think that really is helpful because, as we know, everything is really online now. I think that's a great thing, and having stood outside the library just recently for quite a bit of time, I would say you guys are very busy. There's never a day when people aren't going in and out, so I don't think we have any fear of the library disappearing. I had one brief question, or two actually. Looking at the numbers from the library, your patron count has, like your subscribers, I guess, or your memberships have gone up significantly. I wanted to know, what have you done differently, or what's going on that, so we have 20,000 new patrons? That's exciting.
Ms. Sturgeon.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. Yeah, over the last 2 years, we have been promoting, and I think I've talked about it at previous city council meetings, our virtual library card program. So we've worked with Utica Schools 2 years ago. Last year, we worked with Warren Con. Every student in those schools has a virtual library card, so they can access all of our digital resources along with our online tutor.com service, Mango Languages, our digital magazines, our ebooks and audiobooks. So all of those students now have access to all of our resources. So that is a big portion of those new users, and we're happy to say that many of them have then brought their parents in to get full library cards so they can check out print materials, DVDs, and the like.
Well, that's great. I'm glad you guys are doing innovative things over there. I also had the opportunity just recently with Councilman Zarco to attend your biannual volunteer luncheon, and it was great. And just seeing the amount of money we're saving with the volunteers, I have to go find it someplace here. It was $175,000 in the savings on 132 volunteers. I think that's wonderful, and I think they deserve a lot of recognition for all the things they do to help make the power of the library. So I'm going to submit a budget amendment in the next round where I'm going to ask for $2,000 for your department to make that biannual thing an annual event. Because I think we need to recognize those volunteers for all the tremendous savings they're doing for our city, but also what they're doing just to power our community.
Well, we hold that biannual event for the Friends and all of our volunteers to recognize our Volunteers of the Year that the library board chooses, as well as kind of a special thank you, because all of those volunteers are all invited to the city's awesome volunteer dinner. So they all attend that one. So they get their little special extra library lunch for us just as an extra thank you because of all the hours they put in. So we're happy with how we're doing it, but we're also open to hosting it every year.
Oh, just because, we're saving $175,000, I think we can scrounge up $2,000 to really show our support for all those people.
And they are great.
Yeah, thank you, Tammy. I'd like to call, let me see here, the DPW chief, Mike Moore, if I could, Mr. Mayor. Well, Mike, I agree with you. I think that it's high time that we've closed the recycling centers in the city and go to a curbside recycling model. I remember sitting out in the audience when before I was on council, we had a proposal from GFL, or Rizzo before GFL, that said that each home would be charged $9 more in taxes per year to bring curbside recycling to their homes. The council did not agree to extend recycling at that time. I disagreed with that at the time from the audience. I thought that was a kind of a silly thing. But I don't know if we could still get that kind of a price, but I'd be interested in the administration approaching GFL and asking them if we wanted to add curbside recycling to every home in the city, instead of the subscription model, but to just that's what we offer to residents, what would that cost us? And could we offset those savings by closing down the recycling centers which are being contaminated? In lieu of that, if it doesn't make financial sense or doesn't make sense at all, I agree with my colleagues that we should secure those facilities and hopefully stop the contamination problem, because it doesn't make sense to set out recycling bins, have people drive to them specially to deliver it, and then have to landfill it because people are throwing mattresses and other things in there. I also wanted to ask Mrs. Varney and you about, some cities are implementing a stormwater runoff fee. Detroit does this, and some other ones, an infrastructure fee for stormwater runoff to help offset some of the costs for the drainage in their cities. Has the city thought about doing this? Have we considered this at all? I know that in my meetings with the Transportation Committee of the MML, they talk about certain cities approaching this. I just want to know where we were with it, if we've even contemplated it.
Mr. Moore.
No, we haven't. We have not contemplated a stormwater runoff fee, but we surely can look into something like that and provide some feedback.
Especially when, I think Detroit implemented it specifically because they had fixed costs that were not getting covered. And, with water savings, which is wonderful, fixed costs continue to go up and water continues to go down, so it just had to spread the cost out. And they realized that a lot of larger facilities weren't really using water, but they were draining a tremendous amount and weren't being charged for it. Something that we might consider. And that's all I have for you. And then I'd say, Mr. Langlois, if I could talk to you for a second about Parks and Recreation. Hi, Kyle. I just want to say you're doing a tremendous job. Everything you're doing in the parks, I get so much tremendous feedback from the residents, and they're very excited about all the things that we're doing. Just a few brief questions. Some residents have approached me and they've asked, you know, we have a baseball program and a softball program for students, but we don't participate in like National Little League like some cities do. Can you tell me why we don't?
Mr. Langlois.
Yeah, first, and foremost, we do not run the Sterling Heights Baseball and Softball Association. They are a parent-run volunteer organization, so ultimately they have the final say. They have been an independent organization for a number of years. Recently, the softball side of the equation did affiliate with, was ASA, it's now USA Softball, which they started that process, which is fantastic. When the two groups merged together, we did talk as we've continued to guide them in their operations about the possibility of affiliating with the national organization. Little League is a fantastic organization, something that we all, a lot of us know and grew up in. Issue that we have with Little League, or with this, in this instance, is that you have to start a chapter, and each chapter has boundaries. Currently, Clinton Valley Little League, their chapter extends into Sterling Heights. It covers from Hayes to Mound and from 16 Mile to M59. So a third of our city is already covered by Clinton Valley Little League's chapter. It's not easy to get them to relinquish our boundaries, something that we have discussed with the National Office of Little League, but it's not something that we can kind of force. They have to willingly give up that chapter, which is probably something that they're not going to want to do. It wouldn't make sense for the organization to try to do Little League with what's left of Sterling Heights, because it really would be difficult to monitor that. So they have looked into other organizations like Babe Ruth and Cal Ripken, so those are viable organizations too. We're going to continue to, as they continue to improve and grow their organization, try and find ways to see if there is an opportunity to expand into Little League, but ultimately it'll be their call.
Yeah, I think it'd be a tremendous, not just advertising for our city, but it really we get the word out. I had the pleasure of playing Little League, not Little League, but city baseball here. We won 3 city championships, and we always wanted to have the opportunity to maybe travel someplace else to play some more competition. I think the kids would still want to do the same thing. So I urge you to kind of look into it a little bit more and see, because we know we're the 4th largest city, hopefully going to become the 3rd largest city here in the next census. I think we should be able to field a baseball team that can represent us at the national level. I also wanted to talk about, very briefly, Moravian Park and the pathway, hopefully from the subdivision to the south to Moravian Park, and see if we have a timeline for the addition of the pathway.
Yeah, talked about it a little bit. That is in the last round of neighborhood parks, and I guess even some major parks that are in that last round of park improvements. It will be a huge project. We do plan to go out to bid in June. We have a number of projects that are coming in now that are out to bid, some that are in the works right now. So that will be the last item that goes out to bid. We hope to start in June we hope to go out to bid in June. We hope to really be completed with most of that project by the end of October. Certainly could have some residuals that go over into next fiscal year, but Moravian Park is mostly done. The nice part about Moravian Park is we did a lot of improvements already there, and a lot of that path is in good shape, so we're not going in and rehabbing the entire path. So I can see a park like Moravian Park being one that we can check off pretty quickly and get that up to full speed, if you would. So I hope to, as we prioritize the parks down the road, it'll ultimately depend on the general contractor and which direction they want to go in and which order they want to go in. But I'm excited to say that I do expect that to be completed by the end of the year. So.
Excellent. And I'm just so excited for the new community center and some of the other ideas in the works. I don't want to blow the top on them. We're still hopefully negotiating some things, so hopefully we'll get those done. But you're doing tremendous work, and I'm so excited for the music in the park and the farmers market to start up. I just want to make a couple statements. Mr. Moore, I forgot to add this, but I love that you're doing reforestation. I think it's so essential. One of the biggest complaints I receive from residents is the idea that with new development in the city, we're losing some of our hallmark trees or our landmark trees, and they don't feel that there's enough new trees going in. So I know I've encouraged you, and I think it's great that you're getting grant funding. I'm actually going to propose an amendment to add even more money to the budget for reforestation, hopefully add some more trees to neighborhoods hardest hit by the emerald ash borer and Dutch elm disease. And then also to Mrs. Koski and my colleagues on the council, I think that the council budget was slightly increased, but we increased training. We increased training for all department heads. So I think that cutting the council while adding training funds for everyone else is kind of the wrong idea. I would argue that the National League of Cities fee is not that great, but what we get back from it, from meeting other colleagues in different states and transferring ideas, I think it's essential to all the great things we're doing in Sterling Heights. I would urge not to cut it. I think that it's an essential thing for us to do, and I'll be voting in rejection of that motion. That's all I have, and thank you so much for all your hard work. This really is eye-opening whenever we come to these hearings.
Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Well, since nobody's sitting next to Mrs. Varney, I'll just go in the order that the presentations happen. So, Mrs. Turgeon. It's no secret that the library is one of my favorite places. Actually, that was my daughter's first job before I was ever on council, was at the library. We talk about it all the time, and I think I actually have a copy of her first paycheck. So what I'd like to say is I can't thank you enough for all that you're doing there. I think that the library programs are progressing with the needs of our residents and society. So I can see where we're doing great things there, and we'll, I'm sure, continue to do even more. But I do have a couple of questions. I know that some of our grant funding is based on the square footage of our library. And if we had more square footage, we might be able to get more grant funding. Well, the other day I was shopping at Lakeside, and big sale, Lord and Taylor, 50 and 30, it was one of those. And I'm listening to people in line saying, the reason why everything's on sale is because this place is closing up. They're tearing it down. Well, they acted like it was tomorrow, and it really isn't. But I was wondering if we might look into securing a spot at Lakeside for a branch of the library and making sure that whatever funding we got would make sure that it was almost cost neutral so that we could have the additional space and get some additional grant funding. I also think it's important that when we looked at the redevelopment of Lakeside, one of the aspects was education. And I think that maybe putting a small branch there might draw people to the mall right now and realize that it isn't closing tomorrow. So if we could look into that, I would really appreciate it. And like I said, it would have to be like cost neutral for us. But maybe Lakeside would be willing to give us a great deal on one of the empty storefronts. So if we could look into that, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, I would be happy to. I know on our, we really want people to fill out that survey, and on our library survey, it does have a question about services, and on that, an option is, expanded locations. We ask a question about, if you're not using the library, is it because you can't get to the library? So offering new locations to expand services to those people that maybe can't get to our current location, I think is a great idea, and I'm very interested in researching that. Our current operating budget for staffing, couldn't handle a new location, but if we can find some funding some way, and I always try to be creative, that maybe we could do something about that. I think that would be exciting.
I think it'd be something to look into, and certainly would work right into the plan for the redevelopment there. So if we could just look into it, I'd really appreciate it. Another thing is I was at the volunteer appreciation luncheon for the Friends of the Library, and I know it is every other year. So I guess I would ask you, if you were to take whatever it costs, the $2,000, would you want the $2,000 in more materials and programming, or would you want a luncheon? Through the chair to Mrs. Turgeon.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I love our volunteers. I think it's special to provide that extra luncheon that we have. The city recognizes them every year, which is awesome, with the dinner, with all the volunteers for the whole city. We have a lot of needs at the library. I can always use more funding for our collections. We are behind other local libraries like Troy that, spends a great deal more on their collections. Collections bring people in as well as programming. Our programming is wonderful. In the proposed budget, we're getting a lot more money for our collections, so I'm really happy about that. So I think if we could put the money towards collections that are available to all the residents, I don't think our volunteers are unhappy by having a luncheon every other year, but I also do like to recognize them. So I guess I would leave that up to council. I could use that money for collections for everyone, or use it to support our volunteers.
Okay, good answer. And let me think, I think that's it. I mean, I'm happy with the library. I always say that when I moved here, the first city employees I met after the police officer on 15 in Dodge Park were the library employees. So, yes, so you're doing a great job. And needless to say, all of us have spent a lot of time in front of the library lately. So, and we understand that it isn't just our residents that use it, it's residents from other communities that appreciate what we offer as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have more comments than I do questions, and we'll go to the police department. Social media is really gangbusters. I mean, everybody is loving it. It certainly has put a positive spin on things. Excited about the SMART program. And I know that we mentioned what these kids learn, and through the chair to the chief, could you tell us what the similarities and the differences are between SMART and DARE?
Yeah, the DARE program came out of the Los Angeles Unified School District. It was a 14 to 16-week program. Required 2 weeks just to become a certified DARE officer. And there was everything had to be bought through the DARE America, the workbooks, the pencils, the cups, very, very structured, and you had to do it their way. I was a DARE officer. I know very well what we did. And now it was almost a decade. We had no program. After the recession, we got rid of our school programming. And I knew how important it was because I dealt with those kids every single day. I worked in 13 elementary schools. And when the Smart Moves program came along, I said, this is great because it's fluid. We can change it. Boys and Girls Club of America did not care what we did with the content. We left 80% of it unchanged, and then we changed certain things. We added way more stuff about vaping, which we're seeing just epidemic amounts of vaping in schools. We added a lot more stuff about social media use, and we made it a custom program with exactly what we're seeing in the school. We've shortened it down to 10 weeks. We gave our officers the tools to teach us. Captain Hopper was a certified teacher. And Sergeant Susel literally put these guys through a 2-day boot camp on their lessons that they teach, along with Utica Community Schools. Their curriculum director came out and critiqued our officers and their teaching styles, and it is phenomenal. The content we're teaching is relevant, it's current, and it works. These kids, I know. The idea, though, of stopping a kid from ever smoking because an officer came in their classroom and talked to them, or ever taking a sip of alcohol before they're 21, that's not going to happen. But lessons learned about crime and about picking the right friends, about consequences, yeah, that is very powerful when an officer in uniform is telling these kids right from wrong. There's no substitute for that.
Okay. And could you tell us how many of the speed signs, whether they be the trailer or the small one, we'll have after these 2 new ones come in?
Yeah, we have 2 of the large trailers, which our guys complain about every day because they have to move them, and they're very, very heavy. I have an officer basin behind me who knows what I'm talking about. They have to move those gigantic trailers, jack up 4 different leg jacks to get these things stabilized. So these tiny little boxes are very portable. You bolt them to any current sign. So we will have 2 of the large trailers and 2 of these small portable signs. So we'll have 4 in total.
And how often do you think all 4 are going to be in use?
If the batteries are working, electronics are working, then all 4 of them will always be in use. But there's always one of them broken down, a battery's dead, electronic motherboard blew, always. So I'll promise to keep them out as much as I can.
So do you see in the future we might have to buy a couple more of these monitors?
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully this really kind of helps, because with 4 of them, I think that's pretty much enough to get the priorities taken care of, and we just rotate them whenever a concern comes in.
And from what we can see, everything seems to be, moving along very smoothly in the police department. And it's because I think of the leadership that's there. And I think part of it is you can actually see people having a good time as well as doing their job. So I think part of it is because of your leadership, so I'm grateful for that. Through the chair to Chief Martin. We talked about CPR classes. When will CPR classes be available, say, for council members or any other resident that would want to take a CPR class through the fire department?
Well, once the budget starts, we will start developing schedules. So the way we see it happening is we'll have a certain amount of class, size of classes that we would require to hold the class because of the amount of instructors. So I'll work with the EMS coordinator, we'll develop a plan. But if city council wants a class, we can do that really at any time, if anybody's interested. I know we always offer it to our survival coin survivors / families of them, and we've got our last survival coin family is coming to a class we're holding in June. So, if there's interest, we'll run a class for anybody that's interested. We just need to have certain amount in each class to make it functional.
And the other question I would have is, what percentage of you think of the city employees have actually gone through the CPR training and are certified now?
Certified, well, we require it, our Parks and Recs require it for their employees that work on, the students in the different classes they have. But citywide, actually certified CPR, I know PD is. We do that every 2 years. They run them through, but we haven't run like specific, department classes. I know we've done initiative on hands-only CPR and things like that, but I would only be guessing if I told you how many city employees have that outside of PD and FD. It's not many, though.
Might be something we want to work on. And I noticed that in the capital improvements, some of the driveways to the fire stations need to be repaired. And I know that we're doing, I think, the one. And I don't know, let's just say eventually the other ones will get fixed, but not all at the same time. So I hope you understand that. And pretty much, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Mr. Moore, DPW. First of all, we need a new building. It's long overdue. So the fact that we're actually going to be able to use the old one, it amazes me. I mean, but as long as we can use the steel, certainly definitely a big form of recycling, Mr. Yates, and saving a lot of money. So explain to me the way the impound lot is over to the way it is now and the way it's going to be. Is it through the chair?
Mr. Moore.
So it'll still function for the most part the same. However, there is a storage building there that Parks and Rec will no longer use. Mm-hmm. And now the towing lot will go from their trailer to said building, as well as the police department is looking to occupy that too for fatal inspections. So the building will be used by both entities, and now we'll have an actual separate entrance off of 18 Mile with signage and an address for the tow yard. Currently, they enter off of the DPW entrance. There's a lot of confusion when folks need to go to the tow yard, or now it would be completely separate entrance, and the tow yard will now be separated by a visual barrier with a berm and landscape separating tow yard and new DPW yard.
Perfect. Great idea. When you were getting the designs for this new building, did you consider input from the employees as to what they thought they needed, whatever function or job they had? But did you go and ask them, what do you think?
Oh, absolutely. That's been the key goal for the entire length of the project. Is right from the get-go, we were holding employee meetings from divisional to personal, from with our architect. In fact, our architect is here, John Mullenkamp from Cooney Architects, and he has met with multiple different people throughout the entire department. And really, The floor plan of that building really came from the staff. That didn't come from myself or from the management team. That really came from the entire department coming together as a whole and determining needs and wants and what they desire to have in that building.
Okay, thank you. I guess another question I would have is, has GFL said anything about contamination being an issue with the curbside single-stream recycling?
It's a topic of discussion. It comes up often that there's a lot of contamination in curbside. I don't know what a percentage would be of such per container or per load, but yeah, it's a topic that there's contamination in curbside as well as the recycle centers.
So then what happens when they pick up all of the recycling in a special trip and then find contamination? Do they dump the whole truck, whatever in the truck, because it's contaminated?
No. So what would happen is, as they're going down the street, they really can't see the inside of the container. It goes, it's mechanically over the top of the truck. Let's say, for example, resident one does a good job and really recycles well and the vehicle dumps everything into the back of the truck. The next resident down the street does not, and let's say they have liquids or oil or gas or whatever have you, that now commingles with the entire load of the truck. So when that truck goes to said multiple recycling facility, it'll drop that entire load, and that's where there'll be a staff at that center that will go through every piece of material on the conveyor belt and sort what's good, what's not. So it just depends. If there's a lot of contaminants from someone's specific cart, it may have, rendered a lot of things not recyclable.
I did look at this, it breaks my heart for people that do want to recycle, and some people really can't afford, whether it be $57 or $59 a year. It's just something they can afford but can't afford, but they still use the recycling centers. And maybe we could use, just because we have to close the one at 18, let's see how it works this year with having maybe one less and keeping the other ones open for a while. Is there also a solution of I know this isn't going to handle the big problem, but if we had shredding days, not just in the spring, but maybe another one in the fall. I know residents would be interested in having it twice a year as well as the hazardous waste, because of what you do in the summer as far as, you might be painting a house, and then they just have to save it till the spring, where if we had 2 of those days per year, it might be helpful.
Yeah, those events are astronomical, the amount of attendees or residents that come to those events. I know we've seen you there often bringing some items to recycle, and the feedback we get is just through the roof. Of people are so pleased to be able to deposit those items and they're taken away and disposed of properly. So absolutely, we can look at a second go around maybe in the fall to hold similar type events.
Not only that, it is so organized when you get there. Even if there's a line, the line moves fast.
Yeah.
It really does. So it is definitely worthwhile. And residents tell me they start saving almost immediately after the shredding day for the next shredding day. So, and that's a whole year. So we could get rid of stuff faster. That'd be great. The size of the trees that we're offering at discount, how large are they as far as diameter and height?
So they're about a 2 3/4 inch tree to 3-inch tree in diameter, and pending the species of tree, I would say anywhere from 8 to 12 feet. Every species is going to be a little bit different, but about a 2 3/4 to a 3-inch tree.
Okay. I know that I listen to residents that have had the opportunity. I think when I replaced my tree, it was only $150, and that was a long time ago, so the cost has gone up from what you were saying, today. But people don't want to replace their trees anymore, especially senior citizens feel that they don't want the job of raking the leaves anymore, because if the tree has been cut down because it's diseased, it's their option to replace it, and they don't want to replace it. So, it's something that I look into. I'm not sure that I would put more money into the forestation, and not because I don't like trees, but if I were going to put that kind of money into the budget, it would be for retiree health care. It might be for our liability costs as far as pensions. Those are things that I would think of before trees. So just to let you know, it's not like I don't like your trees, but And this is something that I've thought about, and I don't want to make it mandatory, but I think we need to encourage people to start putting their trash in a plastic container. They don't have to buy it from GFL, they don't have to use it, but I think it's something that we have to work toward because, you know, I look at even my street, and there are people that have their cans and they're filled, and then there'll be somebody that has nothing but a garbage can, you know, bag on the ground, and that's the first thing that gets broken into is the one garbage can on the ground, or the bag on the ground. So I think we need to encourage people to start using a can. They don't have to buy it from GFL, but to have it in some kind of container. And I think that's it. Thank you. And now Mr. Langlois. This has been so much fun to watch, the progress that we have made it as a community, and I can't thank the residents enough, and I know you say that all the time, and we wouldn't be doing this if the residents didn't tell us what kind of city they want to live in. And so passing our parks millage and was certainly, we've all benefited from it. I noticed real estate companies actually use it as a draw as far as homes that are for sale around here, that it's, you know, in the proximity of the new and improved Dodge Park. So, I mean, it's out there. So I guess I'm going to go to Moravian Park. I mean, do you know how long people have been waiting for that? I mean, I don't want to tell you this, but the families that asked me to have that paved, I can't tell you how many years ago. Their kids are graduating from college now. I'm not sure that they're using the path, but I hope somebody else is. But I'm grateful that we're finally, you know, I use it now, so I guess I'll be glad when it's paved. What I have to say is I like the idea of the trail around the nature preserve and that we're leaving the preserve the way it was meant to be. I've had more compliments on the splash park, the ice rink, the rec center, and I have to say that the new people that you're hiring in positions, because I know you're going to need more staff, I've met some of them, and really they're great. They want to learn, they want to help people, so I appreciate that you being conscientious in who you put in those positions. I guess through the chair, again, to Mr. Langlois, do you compare resident, non-resident rates that our residents pay in another community to use their Parks and Rec programs?
Mr. Langlois.
Yeah, I think we always look at metrics from other communities, and in fact, if you don't mind me saying, Summer Playground is one of the most common ones that we do look from community to community. We share how much we're paying in wages from staff person to staff person, how much we're charging, because as we're close to a number of communities, people can go to a different community to enjoy recreation, depending on rates and fees. We have a competitive fee structure with most everything we do. In fact, the recreating recreation fees that we put together specifically with the dog park, the ice rink, the splash pad even, we found fees that were all, I'll say competitive, but probably even better than competitive to other communities. We wanted to make sure that recreation in Sterling Heights was more available to people. Certainly our residents, which is why we have no fees for a number of our amenities, and even the dog park, our residents will pay a fee that is probably half of what some of our neighboring communities are. And that's really, there's, as Ms. Varney talks about, built-in costs, and we have fixed costs, things like key fobs for the dog park and bags that we have to purchase. That's why we have a fee for those. We are competitive, and we do continue to compare from place to place, because I think it is important. We're not the only ones that are providing those services, and a lot of people have found research and found what works. In the Parks and Recreation field, we have a philosophy that we copy and steal everything. So it's not proprietary information. So a lot of times what works well for a community is going to work well in our community. So we don't want to recreate the wheel. We want to try and find things that are beneficial and useful.
Thank you. And no further questions, just that I'm grateful for all that you're doing, because I know that I used to be able to see you once in a while and have a conversation, and you're in so many meetings now for construction and renovation, and you really are doing a great job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess I just have well, first of all, I have a comment on Mrs. Koski's suggestion about National League of Cities. I think I'm going to agree with her that we did cut that from the budget. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but if that's $9,000 and I can give $2,000 to the library for some programming, I'd rather make the adjustment there and give them money and take out National League of Cities. And for a couple of reasons, as stated, is we're still members of MML and we're more active there than we've ever been. The fact that the mayor attends the national conference and that the city manager also attends the ICMA conferences. So these are, we get national input there. And not only that is, we have hired individuals for the problem or condition or whatever the program is by a lobbyist, and through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. Haven't we done that, like when we were renovating a mound, and didn't we just hire somebody to act on our behalf? It wasn't actually, it was for the specific problem. We didn't actually belong to an organization to do that, but we hired somebody to take care of or to work on our behalf. Am I correct?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Zarko, you're correct on, we've used a federal lobbyist, if you will, on 2 occasions, and that was with the closure of the Sterling Heights Assembly Plant to help lobby not only our Michigan federal delegation, but also other federal legislators for the needed changes to help the automotive industry at the time. And there were numerous legislative changes, but that also helped our effort in getting, at the time, Chrysler to reverse their decision and purchase that facility back out of bankruptcy. The most recent time, as you indicated, was Innovate Mound, where we helped secure through a federal lobbying effort, if you will, $97 million federal grant to help reconstruct Mound Road from 696 to M59. So we have used federal resources on a somewhat targeted basis.
Thank you. So I would agree with Mrs. Koski as far as not joining the National League of Cities at this time. When I look back at where we were 10 years ago and what we've happened, in the last 10 years, in the last 5 years, I mean, I can remember pay cuts, taking away benefits, layoffs, department consolidations with Parks and Rec and the library, and to think that we've come this far and we're moving in such a great direction certainly tells me that the residents have a lot of confidence in our city services and as well as the people that are making those decisions. Safe streets is probably the most important thing I can think about from now until November, and how important it is to keep this going as far as keeping our public safety at the numbers that they're at now, as well as taking care of our neighborhood streets. So I encourage everybody to remember the renewal is up, and certainly to get out and vote in November so that we can keep these services going. The one common thread that I noticed tonight that even though we've gone through all of this in the last 10 years, is 2 things. One is volunteering. Volunteer hours probably have increased more in the last 10 years than we had previously. So certainly we've tapped into that resource, and it has saved us a lot of money. The other thing is we still have service sharing. And I noticed that when police and fire talked about, and even DPW, about their facilities and their training programs, it isn't just for our employees, but also they take part in other communities, and other communities take part in our training. So that is this service sharing certainly, out of all the bad things, was the good that we kept. And this morning, I was at the Macomb Chamber's Business Awards, and one of the finalists in a particular category said that 78% of their employee suggestions were implemented. So through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, how many of our employee suggestions actually get implemented here as an organization?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Zarko, I would say a large percentage. We've had various programs over the years where we've encouraged more formal employee feedback. We had an employee suggestion program where they could anonymously submit ideas. They can still do that through our intranet. And depending on the ideas that would be selected, they would be rewarded with a gift card or something to that extent. But we engage with employees on a regular basis, whether it be selecting a cleaning company for the facilities, or as Mr. Moore mentioned earlier, redesigning the Public Works facility. We've engaged with employees extensively on the improvements at City Hall, Police, Court, Library. So I would say suggestions come in various ways, shapes and forms, but I would say the suggestions through collaboration occur almost daily.
Is there a chance that we could start implementing the gift cards again?
I think it's a great idea. We are exploring through our human resources manager a more robust program where it's beyond just gift cards, where we might be able to allocate an actual reward program by way of maybe bonus payments. We have that through certain groups right now, but obviously it's something that gets a little more complicated when you're talking about collective bargaining agreements. But so, for example, if someone comes up with an idea that saves this city potentially thousands of dollars annually, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands over time, they should be eligible for something more meaningful than a $5 movie gift card. That should be worth, a $500,000 bonus. And again, while we have that currently in some groups, we don't have it in all groups. So it's something that we're working on and something we would like to get implemented across the board for all employees. But I think it's something that we will get to sometime soon. We just need more work.
Thank you. And I do think a reward system, because some of the suggestions actually do save us a lot of money, would be fair. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. I want to again thank Mr. Vanderpool and Mrs. Varney for the hard work that they've put into these presentations, and for all the city employees and directors. With regard to the presentations tonight, I think my colleagues did a pretty good job going through them. I don't have any specific questions for anybody, but on comments, I would agree that our public library is probably the most heavily trafficked area of our city, aside from that corner of the Parks and Recreation development at Dodge Park. The volleyball court, soccer field, basketball court, and playscape there. Being there with my kids last night is just incredible. It's hard to even put into words how much activity there is there. So it's awesome to see what has been done over there. It's some watch malfunction over here. So it's been really amazing to watch that, and obviously the programming that goes on at the library. I was happy to be a part, very, very small part of that one day. And I know my kids and my family loves using the library. There's not anything more I can say about our police and fire that hasn't been said 100 times over already. And I'm proud to be a part of this organization because of the work that you guys do, especially, the two of you, chiefs, set the tone for those departments, and we're lucky to have you. And the Public Works Department, I'm really excited about the future of where we're heading with that development. It really was nice to see that kind of fly through of the building, and I know that's going to be great for the men and women of the DPW to have a building and facilities that fit how important they are to this organization. So thank you to everybody who made those presentations. Just a couple of comments, I guess, too, and maybe a few questions. So with regard to the comments that were made by my colleagues about potential amendments and changes to the budget, here's what I would add. Regarding the National League of Cities, you know, I've had the opportunity to be involved both in the United States Conference of Mayors and in MML, and I think they're both very worthy organizations, and I think that it's money very well spent. Having the ability to meet with your colleagues and discuss ideas and find out what's working for them, what's not working for them, learning from them is invaluable. And when you attend these conferences and you have access to the resources that they provide, it makes you a better elected official, and I think we should encourage that sort of thing. I understand that we have the involvement in the MML, and I think we're going to continue to stay involved in the MML. I don't believe this is an either-or choice. The MML, for as great as it is and as important as it is for Michigan and for the city of Sterling Heights, when you look at cities that are similar to us, comparable to us in size, and you know, I just did a quick search of cities between 250,000 in population and 100,000 in population. In the state of Michigan, you've got Grand Rapids, Warren, Sterling Heights, Ann Arbor, and Lansing. So that's 5 cities. And while there are other cities like Farmington Hills and Dearborn that we compare ourselves to, Rochester Hills, you know, these are getting smaller and smaller. And so, you know, to me, while the issues that we face are similar to issues faced by cities as big as New York and Los Angeles, or, you know, as small as Hamtramck, there are a lot more similarities with cities our size, particularly cities that are council manager forms of government. And when you look at the cities of our size between 250 and 100,000 in the United States, that group grows to about 225 cities, and it represents almost 40 million people. And so having that involvement in a national organization where you're around much more people that are in similar situations as you, I think is valuable. And while I appreciate being a member of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and Mr. Vanderpool represents the city well at ICMA, the reality is the U.S. Conference of Mayors is set up for mayors, not so much for council members. And so a presence and involvement in NLC, I think, would be beneficial to the city of Sterling Heights to the extent that one or more council members make use of those resources. There are a number of federal issues that affect the city of Sterling Heights. Transportation funding is very important. Through the chair to Mrs. Varney, I know a lot of the road work that we do, like when we advertise that we're going to do $37 million in road work, a lot of that money is federal money. Is that correct?
Yeah, a lot of the money, I mean, some of the money's city, some of it's county, some of it's federal. So yeah, those big numbers are not all city money.
Right. So like, for example, Shaner that we've budgeted, a lot of that is federal money. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have any idea, just in transportation funding, how much money comes from the federal government, or how much is coming from the federal government this year?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I could get it. I mean, obviously, we know that Mound Road, we're getting $98 million of
Right.
federal money.
And so, do you know how the funding mechanism generally works? Is it 80% from the federal government and 20% match on these road projects? Do you know, Mr. Vanderpool? Do you know?
Mayor, that's correct. Normally speaking, the match from the federal government is 80% on the major federal aid projects, like the ones you mentioned, Metro Parkway, Shaner, all our major roads, Mound and the like. And then the balance we would split with the county. That's typically the case, but it could change, minor variation depending on circumstances.
Sure. Okay, thank you. So with regard to federal issues, you know, transportation issues, transportation funding, infrastructure funding, There are things that I've learned, such as, going to these national conferences. I had the opportunity to speak directly with FCC commissioners. The FCC is considering, or has already considered, regulations that are going to affect how we are able to use our rights of way here in the city of Sterling Heights. One of our most valuable resources as a public entity is our rights of way. That's all of the roadways and the areas in front of people's houses. And the FCC is putting out regulations about 5G deployment, and it's going to impact and affect how you are going to be able to use your property potentially. So being at national conferences where you have access to those people and you can work on solutions with your colleagues in similar sized cities, I think is a very important thing. CDBG funding is a federal thing, a federal issue. Opportunity zones. I had the opportunity at one of these national conferences to be in the same room as the Treasury Secretary and hear directly from him talk about opportunity zones. And there are 2 opportunity zones in the city of Sterling Heights. You're able to have an impact on immigration policies, firearm regulations, the federal dollars that are coming into cities. So I think that being involved in federal organizations like the NLC is really important. So I would hate to see that that relatively minor amount of money eliminated. I think it would be definitely worth getting back and involved in that. Also, there was a suggestion about eliminating training or consolidating training with perhaps a legal counsel. I think it's never a bad idea. Probably Mr. Koszubski or Mr. Denault or Mr. Andrews would never pass up the opportunity to have a council member or a team of council members come and get a refresher on planning issues or zoning issues or things like that. But I think what we're really trying to emphasize, or from my discussions with Mr. Vanderpool and the administration and with my colleagues who are interested in pursuing training opportunities, we each have our different areas of expertise and our different areas of interest. Mrs. Sarowski is obviously very passionate about healthcare issues. I'm an attorney. I have certain issues that I'm passionate about. And that's the same as for everybody up here. Mr. Radke has talked about affordable housing. So when we talk about training, I think that we're talking about doing deep dives into, municipal financing or taxing or planning, economic development, parks and recreation, tourism, water infrastructure, immigration policy, the fair housing like I talked about, affordable housing, environmental policy, workforce training, transportation, transit, public health, mental health. All these different things are training that the council members, and if we each kind of pick the areas that we're passionate about and go through training on that, that's going to be, I think, very beneficial to the residents of Sterling Heights, to the employees of Sterling Heights, to the administration, and to the businesses here as well. So I would hate to see a budget that when we came here at strategic planning, one of the things we heard the themes was that we're going to emphasize training. I forget, Lean Six Sigma and all those different things. And to say we're going to do this with our department heads and our employees, but we're going to skimp on it, the people who are making the ultimate decisions that impact the lives of 135,000 people, I find that to be a little bit short-sighted, and I'd hate to see that eliminated from the budget as well. So I think there's a lot of good that can come out of those things. Another thing that I don't know if this would specifically require a budget amendment. I don't think it would, but I would like to put it on the city administration's radar and my colleagues on the city council's radar. Even before Mr. Yanez had mentioned the idea of a sustainability commission, which I do think is a really good idea, I had been contemplating the idea of a mayor's youth council, or whatever you want to call it, a council made up of teenagers, high school students that would meet fairly regularly, somewhat regularly, maybe once a month, with structure, with bylaws, and functioned in a similar way to our boards and commissions do, to advise the mayor and the city council on issues that are impacting and affecting them. The way that the world is changing is very fast. It's very quick. And while, I might have been looked at as the millennial mayor at one point, I can tell you I find that I share very little in common with my 21-year-old brother who is living in, frankly, a different world than I am. And the 15-year-olds are probably living in a different world than he is. And if we are going to be sustainable long-term as a city, I think it's important for us to hear those voices and provide some structure that gives them the opportunity to let their voices be heard. So I think we need to do more in terms of outreach with the local high schools to get teens involved in shaping policy here and providing us with the direction that we need for the issues that are impacting them. And if we're going to do something like that, I also think it's obviously a good idea to look at a sustainability commission. We've talked tonight about water rates. We've asked for explanations about how we can reduce water, how we can reduce water rates, what we can do in terms of educating the public about water usage, energy usage, recycling. What can we do in order to improve recycling? I think, frankly, there has to be an education campaign. I recently, at my office hours last week, a resident came in because he has solar panels in his backyard and he's getting complaints from his neighbors. And I asked the city administration, what kind of ordinance do we have for solar panels? And that's something where I see in the future it's going to be much more prevalent probably than it is now, getting away from traditional energy and onto more sustainable, renewable energy sources. So a sustainability commission that can help us and focus on those issues and advise us, I think would be very beneficial. So, I think it's probably too early to ask for a budget amendment, but for both the mayor's council and for a sustainability commission, I guess what I would say is I'm going to put this on everybody's mind, and that at a future meeting I might ask for consensus if we would study the feasibility of it and figure out who from the city might be a liaison to that and where they would meet and how that would work and how much funding we'd actually need for that. With that being said, I think I've gone through everything that I needed to. I do want to just confirm something. The budget and the proposal to close the recycling center on 18 Mile Road, there have been conflicting comments and a number of comments about that. Mr. Vanderpool, do you need direction from us regarding that specific item?
Mayor, it would be very helpful if we had some direction this evening. I believe the consensus I heard was that the city council reluctantly would be okay in light of the new building that needs to be constructed at the DPW facility, that we could proceed with closing that, but try to implement other monitoring procedures and measures, maybe direct oversight, limiting hours at the other two remaining facilities to keep them open as long as possible. And so that's kind of the consensus I heard, but perhaps I should be corrected if I'm wrong.
Okay, I think that's what I heard as well. Why don't we just by quick show of support, how many people are opposed to the closing of the 18 Mile, or would like to see funding for that included in this budget?
Which one?
Well, okay. Does anybody object to removing the recycling center at 18 Mile from the budget? Okay, I think we have consensus there. One other quick point on recycling. I've spoken with, our recycling contractor. What we have essentially is a hybrid that was started by Waste Management years ago and continued with Rizzo and now GFL, which is a subscription-based program at $57. And I don't know that I know, and I'm not sure if they even really tell the city, how many people in the city have signed up for it. And I know some areas of the city, there's more than other areas of the city. But what I think I understand about the recycling industry and the trash haulers that are in the recycling industry is that these are just rough estimates. If it used to be the case that they could take recycling and sell it to China for $40 a ton, now China is charging $40 a ton to receive the recycling. So that is a huge swing. Whereas it used to be a commodity that the recyclers would charge for still to process it and pick it up and take it to the centers. Now it's an additional cost, and it's a pretty significant swing. And so what I think they're finding is that the contracts that they have, they're losing a lot of money. And so, so certainly if we were to go to a universal curbside recycling system and ask that to get bid out now, I think it would be significantly higher than it would have been before. And that's unfortunate. I'm not sure where the industries, where cities are going or what role we're going to play, but that's why I think it's important to have people who can focus on that issue and advise us. So that's all I have on this item. It is it's actually 9:54 right now. And according to our council rules, we need to go on to communications from citizens before the next agenda item. So this, I will open up communications from citizens. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda? If not, Mr. Jefferson.
Charles Jefferson, Sterling Heights. I was trying to give some other people in the crowd a chance to speak. But Mayor Taylor, did you happen to see the response to Joe Biden offending people here in this country? Mayor Taylor, did you happen to see what happened to Kate Smith over the weekend? She's been dead since the late 70s, early 80s. And her statue this week was covered up, her song being removed from the Yankees and the Philadelphia Flyers for a song she sang over 90 years ago. We can't remove a planning commissioner who wants people hog-tied, lynched, and killed last year. That's an embarrassment to this city. Every time somebody nationally or locally gets removed, I'm bringing it up to you and asking you, why can't you remove that fool from office? I asked Ms. Koski last week, but her tongue was tied. The other thing I have, Mr. Vanderpool, what is our ordinance for decorative lighting? I haven't had the city the chance to travel the whole city, but the part of the city I did travel, we had a neighbor who had lights up. It looked like Christmas on his house and his yard. There was a couple, 3, 4 of them in my neighborhood just like that. What is the policy for that? Because I can see this coming up for maybe Memorial Day, 4th of July, on and on and on. So I'm just asking you, what is the policy for our decorative light ordinance? Thank you.
All right, anyone else under communications from citizens? If not, I'll close that portion of the meeting and we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the budget workshop, budget amendments. We have at least 3 amendments that have been proposed. And the first one is the certain citizen patrol uniforms. This is to increase funding for that. Is there anyone who'd like to make that motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Koski.
Move to increase the 2019-20 general fund proposed budget by $8,500 to purchase uniforms for the members of CERT and the Citizens Patrol.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion, Mrs. Konski?
No.
Council, any discussion on this item? With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Second motion proposed is to increase tree plantings, a allocation of $100,000 for additional trees. Is there anyone who'd like to make this motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke?
resolve to increase the 2019-20 general fund proposed budget by $100,000 for the purchase of additional trees in the city.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Radke?
I just wanted to add that this is one of the biggest issues that I feel like people contact me about. They're losing their trees, they're losing their areas that they want. And I also want to add that trees, these will be on our easements. They improve or increase the value of cities. They increase the value of your property. They make your property look nicer. And I think it's important to, as we're losing our tree canopy, to try to add back some trees. So I think that, I see Mr. Moore nodding back there. I think it'd be great for our Public Works Office to do this. So that's why I supported and made this motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? I guess through the chair, or I'm not thinking. I am the chair. Mr. Vanderpool.
Talking to yourself.
What, well, let me ask you, Mr. Radke, you came up with a number, $100,000. Is there any reason why you came up with $100,000 as opposed to some other number?
I'd be amenable to a different number. It seemed, I talked with the administration, and they suggested this probably would be a fair number. I want to do $100,000 each year for 5 years. That would be my goal, but I'm willing to amend the motion if someone thinks of a better, more appropriate number.
Okay. We have Mr. Moore here. Do you mind coming up quickly, Mr. Moore? Can you explain to me just what $100,000 in trees for this tree and shrub maintenance program would mean to the tree canopy, and just kind of put it in perspective for the council?
Sure. $100,000 would equate to roughly 350 to 400 trees at the cost that we get them for. As far as a percentage of tree canopy, minor. To increase the tree canopy, SEMCOG did a study recently, and to increase tree canopy by, I believe it was even 1%, was millions of dollars. So while it would be very helpful, we would target a local neighborhood that was, decimated by the emerald ash borer, and I do think that neighborhood would, without a doubt, see quite an impact, 300 to 400 trees on a handful of streets.
Okay. All right. I'm going to support this. I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to keep an open mind about it, and it would come back before us at some point as a budget, or not as a budget, but as a consideration item. Is that correct, Mr. Vanderpool?
Mayor, I think it'd probably come under consent once we have
Okay.
it bid out and ready to go for council's approval.
But it would be an agenda item at a future meeting. Is that correct? Correct. Okay.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
Through the chair to Mr. Moore. When I looked at some of the requests from the other departments as to what they wanted in the budget, and this wasn't one of your requests, what would $100,000 buy you that you requested?
Mr. Moore.
I don't recall some of our requests. I'd probably have to go through the book, but I think probably off the top of my list would be some equipment, some vehicles, or if we were to put some money into the underground infrastructure. That is by far my number one concern, and my number one fear is what you can't see, is the underground infrastructure. And through our SAW grant that we're doing right now, we're already uncovering some concerns with the underground. So if there was a possibility to pick or choose, trees would be high on the list, but I think I would probably look for something infrastructure related, maybe to the underground.
And like I said, it's not that I have anything against trees, and I know, but I don't hear those same requests where people want their tree again. Most of them, well, I don't know if it's because of the cost, but they prefer not to replant. And that's their prerogative because they are taking care of the tree even though it's ours. So, and I guess my other is, when I stop and think of $100,000 and we have liability costs that weigh on me all the time, because I know that we have to keep that in perspective as to, you know, what we have to pay out down the road. To do this at this time, I'm just not in favor of it. And like I said, it's not even anything you requested. And if you go through the list of what other departments requested that $100,000 could buy, that if it's not requested, why are we doing this? That's all I have to say.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Through the chair to Mr. Moore, so are you suggesting that if this is approved tonight, we would buy 400 trees and plant them in a neighborhood on city right-of-ways in front of homes?
That's correct.
Okay, so all the people that paid $300 or $400 for their tree they're going to bombard us with phone calls as to why did I pay for my tree when all my neighbors got a free tree? So I don't think that quite passes the smell test with me as to how they would even be allocated into neighborhoods. I have to agree with Mrs. Yarko. I don't think $100,000 in trees, and you're saying it's not even going to make a dent in the problem. And I've had residents as well call and say, can you come and cut my tree down? Because I don't want to maintain the leaves anymore. And of course, we don't do that. But I get those requests. I don't get requests of plant my tree because people have an opportunity to plant a tree. So I don't think I would be in favor with this amendment tonight, but we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Mrs. Konsky.
Don't we have something in the budget, I recall reading, where we were going to plant so many trees in, I want to say section 34 or something like that, down around 15 Mile Road?
Is that to me or someone else?
Whoever can remember.
I think there was a grant for
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore?
Yes, we were just awarded a grant, $15,000 grant, where we're going to plant some trees in that section 3415 in Maple Lane, Van Dyke area.
And don't we have an event coming up Friday or Saturday? Arbor Day?
Oh, well, we did the tree planting,
Donovan Park or something?
I'm not aware of a Donovan Park.
Mr. Langlois?
That might be a guy.
Mr. Langlois.
Yes, thank you. We have been working with the Macomb County Green Initiative. There is a tree and shrub purchase event that is taking place this Friday and Saturday as well. To date, over 20,000 trees and shrubs have been purchased through this organization. As we've been a partner and are hosting said event, we are planting minor 2 trees in Donovan Park as part of this. But each, every little bit, does help. But there are continuous steps being taken by organizations, not only us, but around the area to continue working towards enhancing our tree canopy. I think it takes a little bit of everybody to chip in. This particular event is geared mostly for the business sector and the private sector of Sterling Heights and the surrounding areas. It's not just Sterling Heights, it's not just Macomb County, it's even St. Clair County. But residents can purchase these trees and shrubs as well, so continuing to find opportunities to do that.
Are we continuing to look for grants to get funding for additional trees?
I know Mike has done a great job through DPW in finding grants. We continue as well through the Parks and Recreation Department to seek partners in funding. ITC has been a nice partner of ours as well over the past couple years. We've received close to $10,000 in grants for trees. They have a program where they want the right tree in the right place. So oftentimes they might remove a tree that's close to a power line, but then they find ways to get additional trees to be planted in parks or other areas that make more sense. So there are some opportunities, certainly up to council's discretion
Yeah, well, I thought we were doing whatever we can, like along the drain, we were going to plant some shrubs and trees. That's all, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanis.
So I'll admit it, I'm a tree hugger. I like trees. But, you know, the feedback that I've been getting from the citizens is not so much about individual trees, but about real estate developments that are cutting down whole swaths of trees, and people wonder where the wildlife is going to go. And that's the feedback that I've been getting. And really, this is, as much as I appreciate this, this really is about priorities. And, you know, we talked to, you know, as Mr. Moore just said, you know, he's got a couple things that he could really spend $100,000 on. I bet you if we asked the police chief, the fire chief, any director, Mr. Turgeon, any of them could spend $100,000 to divide $100,000 up. And so this really is about spending priorities, and as much as I like trees, I think they're a little farther down the list than some of the other things that we could be spending money. We just talked about, you know, the recycling centers cost us $150,000. You know, recycling is a very important thing for a lot of people in the city. So anyways, having said that, I am not going to support this amendment as much as I think having extra trees in a specific neighborhood would be very nice, but I think our priorities don't allow me to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And I have no problem being called a tree hugger either. I cried when my catalpa was hit by lightning, literally cried when we had to cut that down. And I love trees, I love nature, but this truly is about priorities. And $100,000 at this budget, and then asking and hoping and potentially having it for 5 additional budgets, that's another, it'll be $500,000 or $600,000. I just don't think that that's the best way to spend the residents' money, our citizens' money. I know that they love trees. We have a beautiful city, and people do take very good care of their properties. I want to see us seriously pursue, not just wait for opportunities, if we could, please. I'm going to ask their directors to please pursue, not just wait for things to drop in your lap, ways to get our tree canopy improved. Maybe even bigger trees, you know, the 2 inches are not going to take 50 years before they get to a size that makes a huge difference. So I am also unfortunately going to vote against this, and I do appreciate Mr. Radke's passion for this, because trees are beautiful, trees are important, trees do beautify and increase our property value to an extent, but a 2-inch diameter tree is going to take a long time before that occurs. So in the short term, I'm going to say no. To vote against this as well. I would like to see additional, maybe we could find an additional funding source, but, or if we change this motion to a much larger, or excuse me, much smaller allocation, I would be in consideration of it, but at this point, I'm going to have to say no. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Radke, do you want to vote on this, or do you want to withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw the motion. You know, it doesn't seem, well, you know, what do you think, Mr. Mayor?
I think that the direction is pretty clear. I don't think there's any reason to vote on it. I'd withdraw my support if you withdrew your motion.
Withdraw my motion.
Okay, I withdraw my support. We'll move on to the next, which is the fire department staffing study. This is to allocate $20,000 for the study. Is there anyone who'd like to make this motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanis.
Mr. Mayor, be resolved to increase the 2019-2020 general fund proposed budget by $20,000 to fund a staffing analysis for the fire department.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Yanis?
No, I think the fire chief made a good point as to why they need this. We're still a growing city. We're very busy. Both the fire department and the police department are very busy, and we want to make sure that we have proper staffing. So I think they made the proper argument, and I fully support it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanis. I think it was Mrs. Zarko who supported. Anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, counsel, anyone else? With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And those are all the prepared motions we have. Do I have any other motions tonight?
Mr. Mayor?
Mrs. Koski.
As I said earlier, I would like to delete the NLC membership from the budget. So I move to reduce the general fund proposed budget by the cost of membership in NLC.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mrs. Kosky?
As I said, I think that we should concentrate on our membership with MML. We do have the Safe Streets millage coming up this November, and I think I want to show the residents that we do care how their money is spent.
Okay. Mrs. Zarko, anything?
Nothing further.
Council, any other discussion? Mrs. Strowski?
I have a question about this, and I'd like to direct this through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. If we have NLC, and we have an NLC membership, and we send council members to national events, who's paying for those national events? The travel, the lodging, the attendance fees.
Mr. Vanderpool?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski, the city has historically covered events that are city-related and city business.
Okay, so this would be an event that would most likely have quite a bit of travel, extended stay, because it would be out of state for more than likely. Michigan Municipal League obviously has local events, or at least state local events. Is that correct, Mr. Vanderpool?
Mr. Vanderpool?
Thank you, Mayor. That is correct. But I would point out, it would really be council's prerogative whether or not the conferences would be attended or not. If you have membership, doesn't necessarily mean that the city would have to be represented at the conferences, although historically that's commonplace with the NLC.
Well, to that point, then you're saying that it would be up to council to decide who goes, or each council member could say, I'd like to go, and they get to go?
We get to vote for Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski, I wish I could, tell you who should go and who shouldn't go, but I wouldn't be able to do that. It would be up to the city council to decide who should represent the city, whether it's one person, two people, or three. You'd have to decide that. Of course, I'd be happy to collaborate with the city council.
So that would be an agenda item that we would vote on if we do have attendance and we have members that want to go to a convention of some sort?
I would have to ask Mrs. Varney exactly in terms of the technicality. I think the membership would already be budgeted, and also the training element would be budgeted as well. So that would not necessarily come back to City Council for a specific approval. There isn't bidding per se, and that would be under $10,000 likely. So it would just go through an internal process. You'd have to process the paperwork and file all that and comply with all the travel and training requirements that the city has.
So my understanding is what you're telling me is then that if somebody wants to go on council or multiple members want to go, we petition you or we request that we be sent. It won't be coming up to a vote, so that it's at the council member's discretion if they go or not, as long as the city pretty much agrees to it, correct?
Within the budget.
Mr. Vanderpool?
Mayor, and yes, Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski, that's correct. That's the process you would need to go through. And again, if it became over $10,000, then that becomes a different matter. We'd have to bring that before City Council for approval.
Correct, because that's our budget ceiling. Okay, so I kind of knew most of those answers, but I wanted to have those points brought out. I agree with Mrs. Kosky that I think at this point, it's not just a $10,000 membership. It's a membership with a lot of costs that would potentially be attached to it. And not that we run and take on junkets and go on this would be definitely an educational opportunity. At this point, I'm going to say that it's probably not the best time to jump back into this, and I'm going to be voting in favor of Mrs. Kosky's motion to remove this from the budget.
Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. So, Mr. Vanderpool, was it 2003 that we removed ourselves from NLC?
Mr. Vanderpool?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Schmidt, I don't recall. It was just before my time. So I think it was
2003 or 4.
Yes, I think you're right around.
Okay. And really, in the past 16 years, we've done phenomenally well without belonging to the National League of Cities. We have very good relationships with our federal legislators. We have open communication. We've gone to Washington, D.C. Mayor Nadi went to Washington, D.C. when SHAP was going to close with Mr. Vanderpool. We still involve ourselves on a national level when we need to. I think we've done phenomenally well sticking with MML and with the mayor belonging to his conference and Mr. Vanderpool, with the ICMA. I think we still have a lot of dialogue and a lot of communication. I think a lot of communities actually look to us around the state of Michigan they do, and I know that, we've been discussed on a national level too, as far as some of the things that we do in our community. So I don't think us not being members for this long has really made a difference in advancing this community the past 16 years. So as Mrs. Sarosky said, it's not just that initial investment. It's kind of like buying a horse. You buy the horse, that's the cheapest part of the investment. The potential of what can happen with that membership can be quite costly. So I'm in favor of Mrs. Koski's motion as well. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Radke.
Mrs. Varney, through the chair to Mrs. Varney, how much of the city budget is the city council share of it? 0.1%?
It's very small.
0.01%? So in a $200 million budget, we're kind of arguing over fractions of a penny.
I mean, it is a very small percentage of the overall budget, that's correct.
Right. I think that NLC gives us opportunity to collaborate with other officials. I'm not looking to travel or do anything, really. I think just paying the membership fee and belonging shows our support both for the organization, like we do for the MML. I think that we could partake. If my colleagues vote it down, I guess that's the way it's going to be. But I think that it would be, I remember going to MML, and one of the things they pushed or even talked to us about was how we're one of the largest cities in the state, and we try to act like we're one of the largest cities in the state. But we don't often participate in any of the organizations that are for large cities, or, we're not a leader. We kind of follow. So I've supported the NLC funding being put in. We'll see how it goes. I support it. Thank you.
All right, council, anyone else on this item? Yeah, I guess from my standpoint, I reiterate some of the things I talked about before. I think it's short-sighted to cut out this. I mean, we're emphasizing training for all of our city staff, and then we're trying to reduce training for the people who matter the most. I mean, it's like the mentality, let's work this way before, so let's just keep doing it this way. I mean, I know people that have never wore a seatbelt for 16 years, and it worked out fine for them, but does that mean it's the right way to do it? No. So I respectfully just really find this to be short-sighted and punitive is a word that comes to mind. Mrs. Varney, can you tell me how much funding? I don't want a specific number, but do you have any idea how much funding it might be in the budget. I think, in fact, it is. I think I saw it was somewhere around $500,000 that we spend on training, conferences, involvement in organizations for police officers, firefighters, general employees. Do you know what that number is?
Yeah, that's pretty close. So this year, we increased our total city training budget about $175,000. So yeah, it's close to $500,000 this year, $476,000 training throughout the whole city.
And does that involve members of our organization going to conferences out of state?
Yes.
Do you have any idea about how many of our employees attend out-of-state conferences in a year?
Oh, a couple dozen, I would guess. I mean, there's police and fire conferences out of state. We do try to limit it, because it is an extra expense. So if there's an in-state opportunity, but off the top of my head, I would say a few dozen.
I mean, we're spending $500,000 on training for our employees. we're sending our key employees to conferences out of state. A lot of times, we're tasked with operating this city like a business. I mean, businesses send their employees to conferences out of state to learn and to network and to come back with better ideas. The fact that we're going to cut a $10,000 expenditure out of a $250 million budget for training and networking and learning best practices that we can apply to our city is mind-blowing to me. And I've said all I want to say. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Yanez.
You know, when I first got appointed to city council, a friend of mine who used to be on Southfield City Council called me up to congratulate me. And one of the first things he said was, you need to become a member of the National League of Cities. It's the greatest thing. They got great training. And he went on and on and on about it. And I said, oh, that's great. And I agree. And you made a very convincing argument for why we should be members. I don't think there's anything punitive about the discussion that we're having here today, but that's just my opinion. I'll disagree with you on that. But I can't help to go back to, even if it's only $10,000, well, let me start with this one. First of all, we're basically a part-time city council with a city manager form of government. And we advise and consent, and we vote on things, and I think it's very important. I mean, I'm Hispanic, and there's an organization called NALEO, the National Association of Latino Elected Officials. I could ask the city to buy me a membership for that, and I can go to their meetings in Miami and San Antonio, and I would get a lot out of it, and I think I would bring a lot back in regards to diversity. I don't think we have enough diversity here in our city. Not that we're doing that on purpose. But anyways, the point being is, I think there's a lot of good training, and I'm all for training, but we can't compare city council to people who answer 911 calls. We didn't even talk to Mr. Moore about the people that he has to train that have to go down manholes and the training that they have to do to make sure that they're safe. So the training that that goes to not only keep our city safe, but just operate our city in an efficient basis is, I think, a lot different than the training that we need to take. You know, you get to go to the mayor's conference, and I think you bring back a lot of good information, and I'm really glad you get to go and do that. The city manager, he's heavily involved in organizations. And, you know, obviously he brings a lot back, and we take a lot of his guidance with the information that he garners through the organizations that he belongs to. I'm not so sure that we need to go that far. I don't even know if anybody's even involved in SEMCOG. We haven't even talked about SEMCOG yet. So, and I think you can just go down to SEMCOG and sit in one of their meetings, right? So that's number one. And number two, we're asking the citizens to dig into their pockets one more time for the Safe Streets millage. It's for their benefit that Safe Streets passes. I know we've all promoted it. Everybody said it in their presentation. It is for the citizens' benefit that passes. But we're still asking the citizens to pony that money up. And whether it's $10 or $10,000, I think we need to lead by example by tightening our belts a little bit. And if it's something that we don't have now, then let's not get it now. Let's re-examine it down the road. I just don't think this is the time. Like I said, you make great arguments. I value training highly, but I just don't think that this is the time to ask for that money. I think we need to lead and show the citizens we mean business when we say we're going to tighten our belts and we're going to ask you to pony up some more money for the Safe Streets millage. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I'm just going to point out as one final thing here. We allocated $8,500 for pants, embroidered shirts, hats, and jackets tonight.
to volunteers.
$8,500 for pants, embroidered shirts, hats, and jackets. But training for the elected officials in a city that is close to becoming the third largest is where we need to tighten the belt. Got it. Mrs. Riska, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Mr. Radke?
Yes. Oh, no, is it no? No.
The motion on the floor is to remove funding from the
No,
NLC.
I'm sorry. No.
Can we, so we're going to start over.
My fault.
Mrs. Riska.
Can you read the motion again?
Yeah, that'd be
for us?
So the motion
The
is
motion on the
to,
floor right now is, if you'd like me to read
yeah,
it.
go ahead, Mr. Riska.
Resolve to reduce general fund proposed budget by the cost of membership to NLC.
No.
Okay, so Mr. Radke?
No.
No.
My fault.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Mr. Yanez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zarko?
Yes.
And Mrs. Kosky?
Yes.
So it is a 5 to 2.
Okay, that completes that portion of our agenda. We'll move.
Mr. Mayor, I have one
You have
more.
another amendment? Okay.
Yes, I have to pay for my $8,500 for pants and shirts.
Okay.
Move to reduce the 2019-20 general fund proposed budget by $20,000, which is part of the increase in training for city council.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Ms. Kosky, discussion.
The reason that I suggested that is because last year our training budget was $25,520. This year it is $52,730. I propose that we obtain our training through our city attorney, who does training for our boards and commissions, possibly contact someone from MML to come out and give training. I believe that training should be given to all 7 members of council, not just one person. So council would be able to receive the same training that everyone does, and that would give us an increase of, I think, about $8,000 in our training budget. That's my reasoning. Thank you.
Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
I just, again, think this is tremendously short-sighted. You know, Mrs. Kosky and I are the only 2 people who graduated from, the first level of the MML Academy. My colleagues have not yet, and we're going to cut our budget even further to prevent them from getting even further training. It's fine. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else?
Oh, yes.
Mrs. Zarko.
You know, when I first got on council, I knew about the Elected Officials Academy. However, at that time, I actually had a full-time job and this one and kept a household going. So to be able to take off for a weekend for this Elected Officials Academy, that was something that I could learn just as much from as far as working with the city. I find it insulting that somebody would say that we haven't taken advantage of this opportunity. Maybe if you had a real job, you'd know what it was like.
Excuse me? Mrs. Zarko, you're out of order.
I know I'm out of order, but
You're out of order. Oh, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
I do have a full-time job, Mrs. Zarko.
Okay,
Beyond that-
all right, enough. We're not going to go bickering back and forth. This is ridiculous. You know, we're going to keep this professional. We're not going to be insulting people. Is there
Mayor
anyone
Taylor?
else who'd like to speak on this item?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Through the chair to Mrs. Verney.
Yes.
So with the proposed motion, are we still increasing the budget for council's training from last year's budget?
Mrs. Varney.
Yeah, so the line item, if I could just explain, the line item in the council budget for other charges is not entirely training. So this year's budget for training is $36,240 for council, which includes going to the MML Annual Convention, going to the MML Capital Conference, the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Those are all things from the prior year that were carried forward. What was added this year was $24,500 allocation for council to attend basically the professional development and training of their choice. So if we reduced it $20,000 as the amendment, it would still be increased by $4,500 from last year.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Anyone else on council? Ms. Riska, we need a roll call. The motion is to reduce funding in the council's training budget by $20,000. The motion was made by Mrs. Koski, and it was supported.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Mr. Yanes?
No.
Mrs. Zarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Koski?
Yes.
And Mr. Radke?
No.
It is a 4-3.
Motion carries 4-3. Any other amendments, council?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke?
resolve to increase the 2019-20 general fund proposed budget by $2,000 to make the library volunteer luncheon a yearly event.
I'll support it for the sake of discussion. Mr. Radke?
I spoke about it earlier. I just think we should reward our volunteers for the hard work they do and the thousands of hours of free work they give us at the library.
Okay. Can we have a little bit of supporting information on this? I know it was discussed, but it's been a long meeting. So, Mrs. Turgeon, the library volunteer luncheon, you give us some information about that? Give me some information about that?
Sure, we hold it every other year. We use funding from the Suburban Library Cooperative. We don't purchase a computer the year that we do the luncheon. We invite all of our library volunteers. We host it at the library, hire a caterer to do a luncheon. And
Okay.
the cost is approximately $2,000.
Mr. Radke, anything else?
No.
Council, anything else? Okay.
I take that back, Mayor Taylor. I would
Mrs.
ask a
Sarowski.
question. So we are asking to fund a luncheon for a wonderful but still specific group of volunteers that already do have a dinner, that we have a volunteer dinner for them for. I think that that's setting a really bad precedent because we have wonderful volunteers in many aspects of our city. And while I would love to be able to say, let's give each $2,000, we are doing that by giving them a dinner. I would much rather have you keep the computer or buy the computer that year and find a way to fund it differently. Because I don't think we should, because it's the library supporting their own volunteers with their money, not the council saying the library volunteers should have a luncheon because they're more important than somebody else. So I'm not in support of that. I'm sorry, Mr. Radke.
Okay, anyone else, council?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanis?
Sorry.
That's okay, you first.
We just had this discussion about employees who save us money and giving them something more than gift cards. Talking $500,000 maybe, depending on how much money they save us. And, and as far as CERT or any other volunteers go, spending money on them, they're volunteering their time. They're taking time away from their homes. So I don't know that that offering uniform shirts and pants or a luncheon or anything else is any different than an employee who makes a suggestion and gets rewarded for that suggestion. The volunteers they're not making suggestions, they're actually physically going out and doing things and helping the city out. And I think small tokens like a luncheon, I agree, I would much rather they buy the computer, but I just if we're going to increase volunteerism here, there's got to be something other than just the feeling that you're doing something good for your municipality or city, whatever. So I don't have a problem spending the $2,000 thanking the volunteers on an annual basis for what they do for the library. We should thank them every single day. We should thank any volunteer who volunteers for the city as much as we can, because they do a great service for the city. So I will support the motion.
Anyone else, council? Mrs. Zarko?
The only thing I'm going to say is it's $2,000. I mean, whether it goes for a luncheon or goes for materials. When I asked you earlier what you would prefer and what your volunteers would prefer, your question would be that they would probably want some kind of programming. So, I don't know what to tell you. It's $2,000.
Did you have to spend it?
I mean, I have nothing further.
Council, anyone else? I'm going to vote no on this. I supported the motion, and I think it's fine to reward volunteers, but I'm not in favor of going through every single item and picking this right here at the table, right here after the emotion that was displayed and what's been happening tonight. So I'm comfortable with the budget as it is, and I'm going to be voting no. And unless there's something really that I hadn't thought of that's brought up in a further amendment, I'm going to be voting no on any further amendments. With no further discussion, Mrs. Riska, can we have a roll call vote?
Mrs. Sarowski?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Mr. Yanez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zarko?
No.
Mrs. Kosky?
No.
Mr. Radke?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
No.
It is 2-5.
All right, motion fails. Any other amendments, council? If not, I'll close that portion and go on to reports from city administration. Anything, Mr. Vanderpool?
Mayor, just quickly, there was a question earlier about holiday lights. They have to be removed within 60 days of the holiday. So if anyone's aware of an address, feel free to email, call me directly, or call 446 City. Thank you.
Mr. Koszybski?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Council, anything?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Zarko?
I apologize for being out of order. It took me 18 years, but it's my first time.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanez?
Yeah, my apologies for beating a dead horse, but I feel amiss if I didn't say this, and again, to the recycling centers. And during my orientation, Mr. Vanderpool took me around the city, and one of the discussions we had is were the recycling centers, and he pointed out that they are a trashy mess. They attract vermin. So there's a lot more to this problem of recycling than just whether the materials have any value or not. There's a broad scope of things, and that's why I think we need to have a broader discussion on our waste management and recycling. So that's all I want to say.
Anyone else, council? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Supported. With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.